kita. Untuk melakukan serangan yang sebenar. Tarik nafas yang panjang. Kerana terima magic kuda.
2-1 dalam keadaan yang sangat-sangat mudah.
Selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-13, di mana yang terbaik akan berentap dalam pertempuran sengit dan penuh strategi. Seperti pada musim yang lepas, 10 pasukan profesional akan bersaing selama 6 minggu dalam arena yang penuh aksi di regular season. Namun, bermula pada musim ini, cuma 6 pasukan akan layak ke play-off dan pasukan di tempat ke-7 dan ke-8 hanya dapat stay untuk musim seterusnya. Tapi sayang sekali, tiada slot ke play-off buat mereka pada musim ini. Bagi pasukan di tempat ke-10, slot musim ke-14 mereka akan diganti oleh tempat pertama MPL Conference Group. Mereka akan di-reset dan harus merebut kembali peluang melalui MPL musim kedua. Dan apa itu MPL? Mobile Legends Bang Bang Academy League adalah liga amatur di mana terlahirnya bintang-bintang baharu. 15 pasukan akan bersaing untuk meraih kejuaraan dan 2 pasukan MPL Conference Group teratas akan berpeluang merebut slot ke MPL Malaysia musim seterusnya. Okey, kembali ke MPL. Pasukan MPL Malaysia tempat ke-9 akan berentap dengan pasukan tempat kedua dari MPL Conference Group dalam pusingan MPL Malaysia Challenger Stage bersama format Best of 5 semasa Grand Final MPL musim yang pertama, di mana pemenang akan menentukan slot terakhir MPL Malaysia musim ke-14. 6 pasukan yang layak ke play-off akan berentap untuk meneruskan jalan ke Grand Final MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 dan merebut peluang untuk ke MSC 2024. Jadi, bersiap sedia. Persiapkan strategi anda. Bersedia untuk aksi profesional di pentas MPL Malaysia musim ke-13.
Berminat untuk mengetahui info lanjut mengenai prestasi pemain dan jadi sebahagian daripada MPL Malaysia? Layari laman rasmi Liga E-Sukan nombor 1 Malaysia untuk dapatkan maklumat terkini dan lengkap. Layari laman rasmi MPL Malaysia sekarang. Ayo kita bersama menaikkan mutu MLBB di Malaysia. Jangan terlepas kemas kini Liga Academy rasmi MLBB Malaysia, MAL Malaysia. Ikuti semua platform rasmi kami. Ayo sokong MPL Malaysia musim pertama. Ikuti semua platform rasmi. Semua peminat dan penyokong dijemput ke arena MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 di Serdang. Anda berpeluang berjumpa dengan pemain kegemaran anda, kumpul tanda tangan eksklusif dan sertai kempen Fan of the Season.
Interested in knowing more about player performance and be a part of MPL Malaysia? Visit the website of MPL Malaysia's #1 esports league for the latest news and league updates. Don't miss out on updates from the official MLBB Malaysia Academy League, MAL Malaysia. Follow all our official platforms. All fans are invited to the MPL Malaysia Season 13 Arena in Serdang. You will get a chance to meet your favorite players, get exclusive autographs, and join the Fan of the Season campaign.
Versus satu Skylar can you do it? Dan Albert di sana ternyata Arsia.
Ledge fight as Lom gets instantly shot down by the Blazing Duet as well as the Electo final blow. This is going to be easy cleanup for Todak as most of the...
Apat yun, pero nasipatin siya yung ninakaw na sipa. Buhay pa rin ang buhay.
Backline already, and they're running for the line. It's going to get Jamie trying to drag the members of RG right underneath the turret. It's not enough though. Gray coming all the way in. He cleans it all the way up. Just nowhere for him to run. Just
Kita kata ada satu warrior weapon di Malaysia membuat pergerakan dari Liga terlalu benar-benar slow. Rafanya sudah tumbang.
Menang, kalah, pressure, harapan, skill, mistake, dah ready. Kalah, dihantar, untuk semua, untuk peminat.
Spotlight melambangkan satu sosok tumpuan.
Meneruskan dinasti mereka 3 kali juara MPL Malaysia.
Tumpuan untuk melakukan yang terbaik.
Tumpuan untuk menjadi seorang role model.
Penantian, pelaburan, pengorbanan, semuanya.
Sorotan itu penting. Ia membuatkan kita percaya.
The supporters will witness our fights and our struggles.
Memikul harapan untuk mempertahankan kemenangan.
Menjadi cabaran terbesar untuk mencapai matlamat kami.
pastikan kemenangan dan kebanggaan dikecap di rumah kita.
Harapan masih terpahat di hati.
Untuk menjadi juara. Kembali merampas tahta.
Meneruskan legasi kami.
Di bawah cahaya, semuanya menjadi lebih jelas.
Underdog, kuda hitam? No, kami adalah Monster Vicious.
Cahaya impian telah menerangi pentas ini. Kejayaan bukan lagi dongeng.
Not just a dream.
Ia arti harapan yang sebenar.
Mungkin ada yang sangka bahawa harapan ini akan hilang.
Tapi bukan kami.
Ini harapan kami. Ini semangat kami. Bersama kami, mencapai satu tujuan.
Mencari sinar yang paling terang.
I know sadly to hear because it is. Well, I know that I can be stronger with you. In
Nikmati jaguh 5G untuk gaming sepantas kilat dengan Hotlink Prepaid 5G. Internet 5G tanpa had.
dengan kelajuan 5G tanpa batas untuk layan gaming tanpa gangguan. Nikmati latensi rangkaian 5G terunggul dan gameplay termantap sepanjang malam. Semuanya hanya RM32 sebulan dengan 20% cashback. Dapatkan sekarang.
This fairy tale ended with the poisoned apple, and my tale began. A princess in a tower is just a bird in a cage. Curse it! Take my vengeance! Protect your queen! Kneel before your queen. It won't take long, I promise.
Confirm Ancha, confirm lah Nescafe.
I know sadly to hear because it is. Well, I know that I can be stronger with you. Enemy legendary. Defeat.
지가운다요. Hey, come on, come on. Okay. Power Gazer.
Kejayaan dapat dikecapi, sejarah baru telah tercipta. Namun, setakat itu sahajakah kemampuan kita? Setiap kali ke pentas dunia, pasti kecewa. Sampai bila kita nak kalah? Ditundukkan serendah-rendahnya. Sampai bila kita nak dihina? Tiap musim harapan peminat gugur. Sampai bila nak kalah? Sampai bila nak kecewa? Setiap rakyat pasti akan melaungkan semangat ingin mempertahankan rumah mereka. jika patah sayap Raja Wali, bertongkat jua kita kemari. Tahun ini pastinya kemenangan semakin dicita demi menjulang nama Malaysia di pesada dunia. Di mana bumi dipijak, disitulah langit dijunjung. Stadium MBSJ Serdang Jaya secara rasminya menjadi rumah MPL MY pada tahun ini. Seterusnya, melangkah ke arena besar di Timur Tengah, di Riyadh, Arab Saudi. Juara kita bangkit menghadapi cabaran, bersedia mencipta sejarah. Utara, Timur, Barat dan Selatan, kita semua MPL MY Playoff musim ke-14 akan berhijrah ke Johor, mendekatkan lagi silaturahim MPL MY bersama. Hasrat kita semua bersatu dan bangkit dengan satu tujuan yang sama. Naikkan martabat negara, kecari juara dunia, kemuncaknya di M6. Pastikan kemenangan dan kebanggaan dikecap di rumah kita. Untuk melakukan serangan yang sebenar, tarik nafas yang panjang kerana triple magic kuda
2-1 dalam keadaan yang sangat-sangat mudah.
Selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-13, di mana yang terbaik akan berentap dalam pertempuran sengit dan penuh strategi. Seperti pada musim yang lepas, 10 pasukan profesional akan bersaing selama 6 minggu dalam arena yang penuh aksi di regular season. Namun, bermula pada musim ini, cuma 6 pasukan akan layak ke play-off dan pasukan di tempat ke-7 dan ke-8 hanya dapat stay untuk musim seterusnya. Tapi sayang sekali, tiada slot ke play-off buat mereka pada musim ini. Bagi pasukan di tempat ke-10, slot musim ke-14 mereka akan diganti oleh tempat pertama MAL Conference Group. Mereka akan di-reset dan harus merebut kembali peluang melalui MAL musim kedua. Dan apa itu MAL? Mobile Legends Bang Bang Academy League adalah liga amatur di mana terlahirnya bintang-bintang baharu. 15 pasukan akan bersaing untuk meraih kejuaraan dan 2 pasukan MPL Conference Group teratas akan berpeluang merebut slot ke MPL Malaysia musim seterusnya. Okey, kembali ke MPL. Pasukan MPL Malaysia tempat ke-9 akan berentap dengan pasukan tempat kedua dari MAL Conference Group dalam pusingan MPL Malaysia Challenger Stage bersama format Best of 5 semasa Grand Final MAL musim yang pertama, di mana pemenang akan menentukan slot terakhir MPL Malaysia musim ke-14. 6 pasukan yang layak ke play-off akan berentap untuk meneruskan jalan ke Grand Final MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 dan merebut peluang untuk ke MSC 2024. Jadi, bersiap sedia. Persiapkan strategi anda. Bersedia untuk aksi profesional di pentas MPL Malaysia musim ke-13.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Ay, ay. I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Hey.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
MPL Malaysia Season 13 is powered by Muntong. Enjoy a superior 5G network and lightning-fast gaming experience only with our official mobile internet hotlink. A big shout out to ROG Phone 8, the official gaming phone, for keeping our players at the top of their game. Grind on with Nescafe to keep your gaming spirit going. Thank you to all of our sponsors and partners for your support in MPL Malaysia Season 13.
Selamat datang ke Riang Raya MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 bersiaran langsung dari Stadium MBSJ Serdang Jaya. Nama saya Rose, host anda sepanjang musim ini. Dan kami di MPL Malaysia ingin mengucapkan selamat Hari Raya kepada semua yang menyambut, whether you guys are at home ataupun dekat arena MPL kita. Alright guys, so I'm sure ramai orang yang tahu that kita ada transfer window yang bermula pada minggu kedua. Ramai pasukan yang actually buat changes dengan line up dorang. Either dorang ambil player baru ataupun player yang keluar. So, nampaknya semua pasukan masih lagi tengah kejar trofi, tengah kejar slot ke playoffs dan juga tengah kejar slot to Riyadh MSC. Tapi sebelum kita mulakan perlawanan hari ini, mari kita tengok jadual untuk hari ini. So, untuk perlawanan pertama, kita akan saksikan Selangor Red Giants yang akan menentang RSG MY. Pertembungan dua gergasi yang ingin mendominasi. Untuk match terakhir hari ini, Barracuda Esports yang akan menentang Niners. Dua pasukan yang tengah lagi mencari tiga mata penuh pertama dorang. Alright, semua match best-best hari ini minggu ketiga. Baru je habis Raya Break. Tapi sebelum kita mulakan perlawanan hari ini, MPL Malaysia ingin menyambut kedatangan tetamu kehormat kita yang sudi hadir ke Stadium MBSJ Serdang Jaya untuk menonton kejohanan MPL Malaysia. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, dengan rasa berbesar hati, kami ingin mengalu-alukan kedatangan yang berhormat Tuan Adam Adli bin Abdul Halim, Timbalan Menteri Belia dan Sukan. Selamat datang dan ribuan terima kasih diucapkan kepada yang berhormat di atas kesudian meluangkan masa dan menunjukkan sokongan terhadap MPL Malaysia. Alright guys, sebelum kita ajak kedua-dua pasukan ke atas pentas, I nak tanya audience kita dekat MBSJ. Are you guys ready? Macam tak cukup energy guys. Puasa dah habis. Raya dah habis. Tak cukup happy ke? Happy. Alright. Since you guys are happy, sekali lagi. Are you guys ready? Alright. And with that, mari kita menjemput kedua-dua pasukan ke atas pentas MPL Malaysia. Selangor Red Giants dan RSG MY.
Selangor Red Giants.
Navigating the league without any records of defeat. The roar of the Red Giants is echoing across the entire MPL. Will their winning streak continue today? Please welcome Selangor Red Giants! Having secured victory in their last match, the flames of victory for RSGMY burn brighter in their hearts. Can they tame the Giants today? Give it up for RSGMY!
Sekarang, marilah kita menjemput jurulatih dan analis bersama Head of League Ops Cedric yang akan mengalas tugas untuk memastikan perlawanan sentiasa berjalan dengan adil dan lancar. Mari kita teruskan dengan bersalaman di antara pasukan sebagai tanda profesionalism. Inilah gaya kita. Inilah semangat kesukanan kita. Kawan di luar gelanggang, lawan di Land of Dawn. Alright guys, so I'm pretty sure semua orang yang hadir ataupun tengah tengok dekat rumah tahu match ni akan jadi match yang agak pedas. Not just the gameplay, okay? And I'm pretty sure you all know what I'm talking about. So sebelum kita mulakan perlawanan ini, I would like to invite the King of Taunting MY, Ripo from the side of RSG MY, dan juga the Prince of Taunting di Malaysia, Gorgeous daripada Selangor Red Giants. Mana? Oh. Hi. Hi. Okay, lama tak jumpa korang. How are you?
Good.
How was Raya? Raya okay?
Okay.
Eh guys, janganlah look at each other. I pula yang takut kat tengah ni. Tengok kamera boleh? Ayah risau. Okay. So, sebelum kita start, kita bagi bakar-bakar dulu sebab rehat lama kan. Kita start pula dengan Ripo sebab dia the king. Okay? Kita bagi respect dulu kat orang tua. So,
bagilah dia start dulu.
You start dulu. Come on Ripo. Apa yang you nak cakap dekat Gorgeous ataupun dekat Selangor Red Giants?
Nak cakap apa kat Gorgeous dengan Selangor Red Giant? Memandangkan saya pun tak main kan. So adalah satu lah. Jangan repeat the same mistake lah. Ingat time Kohai tu kena bantai.
So you rasa diorang akan buat mistake sama ke tak?
Apa?
Kenapa gelak? Sabar belum. You rasa diorang akan buat mistake yang sama ke tak?
Kita tengok saja nanti dengan line up yang baru sekarang.
Percaya diorang?
Memang percaya diorang lah.
Gorgeous, come on lah. Apa ni? Dia cakap jangan kena bantai lagi.
Apa yang saya nak cakap is about Prime RSG. Selalunya Prime ni dia diakui, bukan mengakui. So aku harap korang boleh buktikan lah kat kita orang yang season ni memang Prime korang. Tu je.
Wow. Dia cakap buktikan ini adalah Prime RSG. Tak, dia cakap buktikan. Belum bukan. Ripo.
Nanti akan buktikan lah.
Wow.
Kita mensaksikan saja.
Alright. Okay, so since you guys are dengan I on stage and you guys ni adalah personality yang sangat colourful, I nak you guys tolong I throw to casters. You guys throw to casters dengan I. So we say teams, this is your moment, game on. Lepas tu kita post, throw to caster. Okay, so sebelum tu, untuk semua orang yang dekat rumah, jangan lupa join the fight with the code down here. Okay, so I'm pretty sure semua orang dah ready untuk throw to the casters. Start perlawanan pertama kita untuk minggu ketiga. And with that, teams, this is your moment. Game on!
Game on!
What a very interesting interview section, a very heartwarming session up on stage with both Gojes and Repo. Very, very interesting one. And of course, we'll come back to MPL MY. It's season 13 now. It has been a very, very long break as well. We took about 2 weeks break for the Riot celebrations. And guess what? We brought you something new to the table here. You look at all those decorations. We're here to celebrate the festivities, man.
It's Riang Raya, right?
Yeah,
Riang Raya, we got great decorations. We got the transfer window that was open since week number 2. Now we got a lot of transfer coming in to kick off week 3. I personally am very excited for the whole thing in general. But of course, the upcoming series is a great one because we have 2 titans, right? We have SRG, currently one of the strongest teams we have, undefeated alongside KGE. And then you have RSG, last season dubbed the win streak breaker. And up to today, SRG has never beaten them.
Well, there is going to be a lot to talk about that as well. But before we talk about, that, let's talk a little bit more on you guys who need good internet. With good internet here, you can secure your lightning fast 5G connection for your MLBB games with Heartlink and enjoy superior 5G network latency and smoother gameplay only with Heartlink. You can also score amazing MLBB in-game items with Heartlink as well. So be sure to scan the QR code and get 20% off MLBB in-game items on it. And you are good and ready to play some good old-fashioned Mobile Legends bang. In this case, of course, you guys are just here. You guys are wondering what both of us are rambling on. I forgot to introduce ourselves. My name is ICBaby12, and he is Husky, and we are going to be your English commentators today.
Yeah, thank you very much for the intro, right? Better late than never.
I know, right? At the same time, what did you do for your holidays?
What did I do for my holidays? I spent my holidays. You want the honest answer? I just camped at home. Slept a lot, played a lot of games, just to unwind, obviously to catch up with what's happening in MPL as well, right? Since we do have, big games coming up, I also want to check on how these teams are doing it. In fact, kind of reviewing their gameplay from the first few weeks, and I gotta say, coming into this series, I personally am looking at RSG MY more than SRG because I have faith in SRG. I think that in their current state, they could easily be the top 4 teams we have. But for RSG MY, it is all about that prime moment, right? Can they bring that essence?
All right, that is going to be something that I'm looking forward to as well. Are they going to be hitting their prime, or are they going to be able to beat the Knight again? But in this case, let's take a look at a little bit of a video to give guys the teasers and ins and outs of what's happening.
Musim ni kan, ramai orang cakap selama Red Giants adalah satu pasukan yang undefeated. So do you still think that RSG has what it takes?
Ya, kami akan kuatkan diri kami, siapkan apa yang patut untuk lawan Red Giant nanti.
Macam mana kita orang bantai diorang kat Kohai, macam tu kita orang akan buat untuk next week. Coach Akadia, one of idol for me lah, because Akadia before this, coach itu RRQ, and dia pun jauh sebenarnya pergi dekat RRQ, nombor 2 dekat M3, M4 I think. For myself, saya sebenarnya tak sabar untuk berjumpa dengan Coach Akadia. Dan lagi saya semangat sebab saya berganding bahu dengan Coach Rain. So saya lebih yakin lah, kita orang punya duo coach dekat atas stage lagi better daripada duo Coach Akadia dan Barbiechi.
I nak tanya, Zanami, sebagai Prince of Mage, apa yang you nak cakap dekat Mage Prodigy?
Kepada Stormy, saya excited lah sebab untuk season ni saya dah push rank dan improve mekanik dekat rank, so boleh repeat lagi lah.
Well, that is a little bit of a, confidence coming from the coaches as well. And to emphasize on that as well, it makes a lot of sense considering the track record between RSG MY head-to-head against SRG on an official match as well has been undefeated.
Yeah, undefeated. Since SRG joined MPL season 11, they lost to RSG MY 1-2. Last season, they lost 1-2 as well. Never got to meet in playoffs, and in the recent Kohai tournament, they also lost in the grand finals 4-3, right? A full BO7 and RSG MY came out victorious. And the best part is that they came out victorious as we celebrated the new year. So it was a very special moment for this team. But of course, talking about them, we gotta start with Selangor Red Giants. With the Mage Prodigy Stormy, we have Cram, with Innocent, with Sakais, and of course the in-game leader Yums.
Now, this is something that I'm really excited to see as well, considering the fact that we've hyped them out for a long time. Like, you really love them since their debut appearance before even MPL as well. And they have shown a lot of good signs in their tournament itself. And even recently, they had a couple of show matches where they were showcasing a lot of interesting hero drafts, not through what we're seeing on screen right now, which is the Nana, the Damus, or Roger. We do see occasional Guinevere's as well being pulled in. So I'm curious to see whether or not are going to bringing those heroes into the pool now.
I think if there's a team that can force them to really tap into the hero pool, RSG MY is going to be that team. And I also want to quickly point out that Stormy so far is the only player in this entire league that has a 100% win rate on Nana, which is pretty impressive in of its own, right? You have other mid laners who have played this hero, like for example Munji from Niners, they played this, but only Stormy has won every single game with it.
Wow, that is a very, very big statement as well. That's going to be set up by Selangor Red Giants. However, for RSGMY, to start things off, we have Izanami, Lolio, Kaiser, Storm, and Venago. And of course, being Storm as the in-game leader here. This is going to be a very, very big question mark here for you, Husky, because I've seen in your interviews, you mentioned Storm is your favorite roamer. Please enlighten me on this.
Okay, so in the interview I had, I did talk about Storm being in as the roamer for my dream team, right? And if I get stranded on a deserted island, I would bring Storm with me as well.
Okay.
Now, I personally feel like this man is a very calm and collected player, right?
Okay.
Has a big eye of opportunity, and as the in-game leader, you watch the games that RSGMY has played, whether they win or lose in the past 2 weeks, Storm has always been able to call the shots and make those important decisions to start fights and to bring RSG kind of that lead that they need. I think a very good example was in, what was it, the game against Niners, I think, where Storm made this call to start a team fight right outside at the Niners base to give his team a win. And that's something that you really need a player that understands the game, that knows when to pull the trigger, and is confident that his team can follow him. And Storm is that man.
No, I agree. I perfectly agree. You know, this season as well, Storm has shown himself to be his prime as well, considering the fact that we have not seen him feel comfortable in his team and in general. But of course, let's talk about the topic for today, the ultimate roadblock. Again, SRG has never beaten RSGMY in an official match before. And of course, their pass counters is up on screen as well. RSG has pretty much won every single series against SRG.
Yep.
But every match has been played out. So I wouldn't be surprised to see, you know, today, even though it's a best of 3, we are going to head into game all 3 games.
Yeah, and I want to say that SRG, I think they didn't play kind of like full. They never play a best of 5 up until I think the Kowai Season 2 Grand Finals, right? Where they play a best of 7. And I agree, right? Every single time that they met RSGMY, it has been stretched out to the brim, which means we come down to the topic of what you brought up earlier on, where can RSGMY help force SRG to tap into the hero pool? I think that is very possible. And this is also kind of the battle of the coaches, the battle of the mental, and the battle of attrition. And I also want to quickly bring this up. SRG has not played a full best of 3 yet in the group stage.
Wow.
It has always been 2-0 SRG.
Very confident, right? Like complete dominance so far, and they are in the top in the leaderboard. And currently, I really want to talk about the play styles and drafts coming from both sides here, because we are about to jump into the drafts. In this case, the Prince of Mage and the Mage Prodigy has shown that they are capable of bringing something new to the table, because in the other region, especially from Indo, Onyx has brought in the Lo Yi as a way to kind of mimic the movements of the brand new hero chips. So do you think either of this Mage, Prince, and as well as Prodigies, I don't know, like royalties in this regard,
the royalties,
are they going to
right,
be bringing to the table?
I think there's a possibility. I feel like if a team was to bring that out, I'm more looking at Izanami to do so.
Okay.
Funnily enough, these two mid lane players, although they have a decent hero pool, they like to stick with their comfortable picks, right? So any crazy picks, if it's going to show, probably if we get to a game 3. But in terms of the bans, this is where I want to see what RSGMY has in plan. So far, we see Minotaur, Angela, Matilda, the common bans. But usually when you're on red side, the notion is on you. Do you ban heroes like Nolan or Joy? We've seen teams let Nolan through and find a way to deal with Nolan, where you pick tanky lineups that Nolan cannot get through. But is RSG confident enough to let that happen? That's what I want to see.
Yeah, as long as you don't get bursted down, Nolan is pretty much not that much of a big threat, right?
They banned it, right? Because they feel like we don't want to deal with the Nolan.
Agreed. But at the same time here, we do see a big shift in the drafts before Raya as well. You know, 2 weeks giving them a lot of time to do their studies and analysis as well, especially coming from the other regions. And this draft now is starting to mimic the Indo region MPL a little bit more now. Opening up from SRG is going to be the Mino, Angela, as well as the Guinevere, whereas RSG is going to be banning off the Nolan, the Matilda. So I've been hyping a lot on the chips in the previous patch ever since Zorn kind of brought it to the table, and so far only Homeboys has brought it out. Do you think teams are gonna bring this in?
I think it's going to take some time. I feel like for Homeboys, them being able to figure out chip is an advantage because now you're forcing teams to consider banning the chip, right? Which in a lot of situations is not a problem. But for the rest of the teams, I feel like they are not going to be bothered by the chip too much. Sure, this hero has a lot of map rotation abilities, right? You play well with your team, you apply pressure throughout the entire map, but it also requires your team to be on point. It requires your team to have this very good synergy. Means that early game tempo has to go well, and there are ways to really slow down early game tempo. So in this case, I think not considering the chip is completely fine. In fact, RGMY giving respect to Stormy by banning out the 100% Nana.
No, I was about to give you a little bit of credit here. Nana has been 100% on Stormy. It means that he is going to be forced to play something else. Valentina hasn't been really popular, but in the hands of Stormy, in the hands of Izanami, these guys are really good at understanding which situation to engage or not. But in this case, they are going to first pick it coming from SRG. Not the best win rate thus far.
Nope.
Not the easiest to play still. And I feel like Valentina in the current patch has been put into a situation where it's no longer a meta hero, but requires a lot of skill in order to execute or do well in the game.
I think Valentina, since last season, has been in a spot where it's like, we can first pick her, but she has some glaring weaknesses that needs to be plot right. You require your roamers to constantly help you clear the waves, and obviously you are looking for ultimates to still to benefit your team. I like what RSG is going for. They take the Roger, which is also Innocent's signature gold laner, so they take that away and they put Venogo on that Fredrin. Now we have a good front line. We can skirmish with you in the lane early on, and this puts some pressure in that gold lane for SRG. So right now, they take the Joy jungle, right? They take the CC XP lane, but the gold lane is where it gets very dicey. Because the only hero that can go up against Roger toe to toe without having to worry him taking the Master Assassin is the Harith. Now is Innocent willing to play the Harith? That is something we need to see in that second pick phase.
I was about to bring up the Harith as well, because of the fact that we've seen, Aura Fire kind of prioritize the Harith a little bit more in gold lane to actually deal with the Roger. Just because of the fact that, in terms of marksman department, there's not a lot of marksman that has very strong early to mid game presence, right? Like Beatrix is kind of okay in terms of team fights, but Roger is on a different step where you can actually get multiple kills, kind of like a Mortis to a certain degree. But RG, they're sticking to something a little bit more comfort. They are going to go for the Benedetta themselves. So this is going to be a little bit of an awkward spot for the CC, because this is the fact that CC does have a lot of sustainabilities in team fights, but wave clear wise, as well as rotations, Benedetta is going to be hands down got that beat.
Yeah, I mean, Benedetta definitely more mobile. You can cut waves. If you go up against CC and you just compare wave clear, obviously Benedetta wins that, right? But I want to bring up this very recent case study that we saw in MPL Malaysia, which was Bounty against Niners. We see an exact matchup of Benedetta into a CC, and CC actually wins in a 1v1. If the CC gets a hit, life gets really tough for Benedetta. I might shove wave very quickly, but every time if I come out, if I show myself to push the wave and CC is there, I don't get to push the wave because CC out damages me. That is something that I think Cram will be looking to really smother this Benedetta, to smother Kaiser in that XP lane. Now we look at the bans. I like that the Grog is being banned out because that allows SRG to really find a lot of space. You disrupt the Fredrin, you make life hard for the Roger. You might be looking for another ban, another hero that starts team fights, maybe the Kufra is a good example, the Arlott, the Ruby. I think these three could be the top 3 choices.
It's interesting to see the Grog being respected as well, considering the fact that there are only about 3 roamers since the first week and the second week that actually plays a Grog, and 2 of those roamers are actually in this game itself. So it's funny to see that RSGMI decides to ban it away, considering that they are going to get first dips in the second rotation, but it seems like they just don't want to deal with it. They have a little bit of a different picture, but what are your thoughts on this Odette ban?
Okay, so Odette ban, when you pick Odette, the conditions, the most straightforward one is you want a dive comp, right?
Okay.
Odette incredibly good against dive comp, because if you are running straight at the Odette gets to just use the Swan Song to completely destroy your health bar. So that is one thing. You have a Joy, Valentina, and CC. And when you look at the gold lane, it's still available. I don't think any gold laners have a lot of range. Maybe the Claude is the best example, but Claude still needs to be in your face, and Odette becomes quite a threat to that hero in particular. So I like the Odette ban. I also like the Ruby ban, which we kind of talked about. I was expecting RSG to consider that, but they banned the carry, which means there's a chance that they can take the Tigro for themselves if they want.
I really like this read coming from RGMY. Based on their bans, they've been specifically targeted comfort heroes of SRG, right? Innocent has pretty much played carry as well as the Roger a majority of the time, and both of these heroes has been denied away from him. So this is going to be a little bit of a first debut to see how big Innocent's hero pool is a little bit more now for SRG. So like you said, Claude, is there a possibility that Innocent can pull that off? Against this composition, in this case, a lot of mobility.
The condition is that you don't get run over in the early game, right? You're up against a Roger. There are Claudes that take Master Assassin as well, just to have an easier time in the gold lane. But if you're up against a Roger, Roger's going to beat you regardless. So I think that is what SRG needs to consider. Vexana pick means that a lot more mobility. If you catch the Joy with your Terrify, the Joy instantly gets bursted down. So far, there's only one good ability for the Valentina to steal, and that's the Vexana Eternal Guardian, right? And that could limit what Stormy can provide in these teamfights in terms of utilizing that ultimate. But here, we gotta look at what SRG has to bring out for the last two picks. And also a fun fact, right? Innocent currently has the highest average kills while maintaining the lowest average death in the group stage.
Well, considering the fact that he did play two of the most annoying heroes to deal with in the late and early game, now is a good time to see whether or not he can expand his hero pool and maintain his stats, because his stats are looking good, right? It's been 2 weeks, very, very consistent. The SRG is the top of the top right now. But again, now let's see what their goal lane is here, because Tao is going to be big, but they pick the...
This is a goal lane CC? It's a CC goal lane. It is a CC goal lane. We've seen this example before. I believe CC goal lane was brought in by... Was it Bounty? No, it was Monster Vicious, right? Monster Vicious brought in CC goal lane.
It didn't work. But before that, I think there was a match by MPL Indo as well that they actually prioritized the CC gold lane and somehow kind of make it work, but still kind of lost as well.
So the CC gold lane by by Monster Vicious actually worked out that time. I specifically remember. So what CC gold lane does for you, again, really poor in terms of wave clear. But what is CC good at? CC is good at 1v1s. Roger wants to fight you, now the CC can face tank it, right? You can pick either the sprint or the vengeance. So I think this is a very interesting approach by Arcadia and Ozora Veki.
Yeah.
You kind of break wall that goal lane, you make sure that this Roger is under control, and you have an Edith to kind of speed up the tempo from that early to mid.
Yeah, at the same time as well, final pick from RGMY is going to be the Florid. They are going to be putting all their eggs on the basket on the Leos for early aggression. So I'm curious to see what RGMY has installed, because they have done their homework in the bans, but SRG is bringing in something new to the table for week number 3. I'm curious to see, is this going to be the way to go?
We mentioned that RSGMY is the team that can make them tap into that hero pool, and we're seeing it right now.
Yep, and as of now, without further ado, we are going to be starting the game right here, right now. This is going to be Selangor Red Giants going up against RSGMY.
Really comes down to that early game tempo. Can you kind of stop this Roger? Can you play fast as SRG? Edith is a sort of support that we just don't see as much. She's good at single target control. She has decent damage, but in that late game department, Edith really relies on having that flicker to catch out key targets, and it's not easy to do it onto RSG.
Yep, and at the same time, seeing how this is happening as well, right? Like, we're talking about the Edith pickup. Like, I really like this integration where there are some specific heroes that does have flexibility in the marksman integration, right? Like, usually in terms of damage output wise, we kind of want to have that marksman just go full on marksman all the way through late game. But with Edith, you kind of diverse it a little bit more. It gives you a little bit of early to mid game for the CC, but in the late game, in case you're lacking damage, you've got this Edith that can kind of compensate the damage output in an overall 5v5 team fight.
And your damage skill off the defenses you have. You can even buy a Starlim Sight if you really want that extra juice. But also RCMY, you have the Florin. And then the one thing about the Florin is that she's good against team comps that don't have burst damage. If you can burst down the target, Florin is just going to keep healing them back up.
Okay, speaking of which, you know, Innocent will pop the sprint rather early as well. No vengeance on with him, and he's going to try and get a little bit more aggressive as well. Storm flickers out as there. Innocent as well is going to be A-okay, but Yules gets chain start. He's going to be down, but he buys enough time for Skies to go for the wrap up. Not going to be committed for low Leo, so it is going to be a roamer for a roamer.
The good news is that the kills of the roamers both went to important targets. Joy from SRG got the kill, and of course, Lo Liao, Roger, you get that first kill, and it's a first blood nonetheless. So extra go injection, it does make it easier to deal with the CC. You're gonna get extra experience off of that as well, and you get first recall. That is very important as the Roger. CC is going to be stuck in lane for a while.
Yeah, it is indeed going to be a little bit of a trouble here for him. But at the same time, speaking of recalls here, it feels like right now, Skies, he will have a little bit of an advantage against Vinogo because of how he's going to be able to out-rotate him. But seeing how Vinogo now, he's going to ignore him and try and force a fight against Grand, force the vengeance. He's going to be A-OK. He sustains and heals himself out. He forces the Electro final blow. And now this turtle is going to be a very difficult situation for RSG, but SRG looks like they're not committing as well. They're just gonna hold them hostage while Skies is stealing the perp orange buff on top. Not looking good for Vinogo right now.
Don't think you want to contest it, right? Tamos has no ult, no vengeance. You can give it to RGMY. Let Skies get that economy somewhere else. If you're just looking to waste their time, let Stormy eat the mid wave. RGMY, sure, you get the turtle. We get economy somewhere else.
Yep, agreed. But Stormy, he's gonna try and harass Izanami a little bit more. Oh wow, great poke damage. Izanami not going to be able to trade off damage at all. So RG again getting pressure here, but this time Sky is going to be hopping
he got it!
Beast, and he steals the purple buff, and Vinogo trying to force a fight, but again, they're kiting him, they're just ignoring him, and Vinogo just can't do anything at all, and SRG gets away.
Yep, we say it. You can take the turtle, but that means you don't have retribution to protect your buff, and SRG, they know that. Vinogo, I don't think you want to stay here any longer. Gotta back off. And this is good for SRG. We might not have gotten the turtle, but economy-wise, our jungler is doing so much better than your Fredrin.
Who would have thought the Giants switches their approach? Instead of stomping on RSGMY, they're just going to be sneaky little thieves, just stealing things across the map. And now Vinogo forced to play a little bit more aggressive to try and keep up in terms of resources here. Yums is there to defend. He's taking a little bit more damage. Do they force the heal? Skies is there, but he's going to be ignoring Vinogo as he tries to force a fight behind. But looks like they will be able to defend. Vinogo still trying to heal up and sustain his way through half HP. Yums pops out as well. Vinogo drops a Appraisal's Valve. Yums gonna be dropping a little bit too much. He tries to sustain, but the heals is good. Vinogo will be able to get a kill, but he is gonna be forced to back off for now. So RGMY, they get a kill, but they have lost all their objectives.
A bit overzealous. I think SRG underestimated what the Stolen Florin could do, right? The Bloom heal, the double Q, especially when you're at low health, is very, very misdirecting. So SRG, good attempt, didn't work out, but at least the buff, I believe, still went over to Sakai.
Well, we are starting to hear the drums here now for Selangor Giants. The fans are getting a little bit excited and they're going crazy, but at the same time,
he got it
again! What? Whoa. I got distracted for a bit. Skies, you can't do this. Selangor Giants, you little thief! You little sneaky little thief!
The worst part is that Vinogo didn't even get to use his retribution, so Skies will also have this for his turtle fight, and he's constantly a level ahead of Vinogo. This is the turtle that I think SRG can consider contesting for if they really want to.
What am I watching? And now RSG Crab. No, sorry, SRG Crab going to be forcing a fight against Vinogo. He's getting chain stun. The heals are going good. And Appraisal's map. No! He missed us! It doesn't even come out, and he's gonna die. He will trade Crab in his life, but just like that, RSG, their jungler, getting completely shut down by Selangor Red Giants, and they have found the secret sauce, and now top side Innocent going up against Lolios. He's gonna try and man fight, but he's getting poked so much with those yo-yos. Lolios has to recall away, but he is gonna take a little bit of a risk to try and heal himself up with the neutrals. But it's gonna be A-OK. Storm is there to provide a little bit more backup, but the pressure from Selangor Red Giants is just annoying right now.
Yeah, perfect execution from SRG. The fact that Sakai has such a big lead now means Vinogo is going to struggle a little bit.
Okay, nice stun coming from Storm. Innocent forced him to disengage. The Eternal Guard also dropping and not connecting. So that's going to be a small little window of opportunity and space for RSGMY to kind of scale back into this game. Because as of yet, as soon as I say that, bottom lane is getting completely shut down. And again, Selangor Giants, they're attacking the purple buff again on the bottom side.
Get it?
They're looking for it.
There is the retribution.
Oh my goodness. They get it. No way.
He's 2 levels ahead.
No way. Vinogo, my God. Give this man a break. And now Kaiser is going to fall. RSGMY. Ay.
He even used the Petrify and couldn't get the kill on the Stormy because Stormy had the flicker. But also credits to Yums coming in time with the Earth Shatter. Now this bottom tier 1 is going down. That means lane swap time for SRG. It's either that or Cram. He's going to eat up this wave. RGMY. Lolia might have gotten the first blood, but he cannot fight Innocent anymore. He needs help from his team.
Oh my goodness, they are trying to salvage the situation right now from RGMY. They've swapped the blue from Vinogo onto Lolios now, so I guess their next strategy here is going to play around Lolios getting some high massive kills if they can get it, because if they get the kills, that's going to be the comeback that RGMY needs. But speaking of comebacks, Yums, he won't start the fight first. Izanami in a little bit of trouble, gets completely destroyed. Lolios now needs to get away here. He's got the heals, he's got the sustains. The bloom keeps him alive for now. But they have lost Izanami, and now SRG continuing the pressure. Vinogo, half HP. Appraisal rounds available, but Kaiser, what is that damage from Innocent? My God.
That's the War Axe, man. War Axe plus a passive stack. I thought Lolio was going to go down, but Storm, he decided to sacrifice Izanami and keep the ultimate to make sure Lolio doesn't go down. So sacrifices had to be made, but they end up giving away that turtle. This top tier 1 is going to fall as well. And now I think SRG, with this close to 4K goal lead, well now 4K goal lead, they're in the driver's seat. They can contest this again.
Look at the conditioning they have run here. Everybody's here to defend, and Vinogo is holding on. Appraisal drop connects, but no, he doesn't have the heals. He still dies. Heals will be falling here. Cram holding on for his dear life, but it's going to be Kaiser that saves the day. Double kill for him. RSGMY, they're sick of you, Giants. They won't fight back. Very Kaiser is the one that does it.
Lovely Lacto final blow and Petrify from Kaiser, literally saving the fight. That was disastrous. Cost the Gloom keeping the Fredrin alive for a bit longer. They lost the purple buff, but RGMY finally strikes back, finds 3 kills onto Set Guys, onto Cram, onto Yums. These are crucial targets for them to take down.
My. We promised you an amazing game. We promised you an insane game. And guess what? You guys are getting it right now in game number 1. What a way to start our after Raya break, my man.
This is such an interesting series. So Sakai's is still what? 4-0 in terms of purple buff when it comes to stealing it from RGMY. But now Kaiser, because of that double kill, he has a Heptasis and he has to see Halberd as well. That can allow him to really cut to the back line.
Oh no, Innocent. Kaiser. Oh no.
We talked about this. Against the CC, there's nothing you can do.
Oh boy, now with Kaiser not having the Electro final blow, Selangor Red Giants, they can still kind of force the issue. But guess what? They're just stalling them because bottom side, Skies is pressuring the bottom lane, and RGMY, they have to make a move. Looks like they will be sending Lolios down bottom to try and stop that aggression. But the turrets, again, they're taking a little bit too much damage, whereas look at Selangor Giants, all the turrets are still alive.
And RG, they need to protect the mid-tier 1. Kaiser should be fine.
Kaiser. Okay.
Should be fine, but they will lose the top tier 2. And this is good news for SRG. Now you can push the top wave and set up for the Lord, which is on the bottom side. And RGMY, they're getting pulled around the map.
Okay, speaking of being pulled here, right now, Minogo gets a nice taunt off of Crab, drops to his half HP. Still has the ultimate holding on, but again, they're trying to secure the purple buff once again. Guys, with the beats, connects on 2, but he runs through the turret, gets out scot-free, but Vinogo gets completely dived on by the rest of the members. They've got the heals. Crab with the vengeance, trying to hold on against Vinogo. They're trying to press him down. He's 1 HP, but they finally get him. And they get Vinogo once again now. Kaiser with the Electro Final Blow, petrifies only on an Innocent, but they won't be able to get out. He's gonna get Kaiden and Kaiser. Can he survive? Yes, he will. And SRG, they will get out safely once again.
2 layers of offense from SRG. Innocent should be fine here.
Okay.
So guys tried to bait out the Bloom, doesn't get it. Never mind. SRG's second layer of attack instantly destroys Vinogo, and now no retribution means no lore for RGMY. And SRG, as fast as RGMY tried to claw back, SRG instantly wrestled back the lead. And now with this lore, this mid-tier 1 is guaranteed to fall, and means map control is going to be secured by SRG even more.
You know, what I'm watching right now is not a giant fighting against RSGMY. This feels like an anaconda aggressively wrapping RSGMY, slowly choking them right now. And it's crazy considering how fast-paced SRG is playing, considering that they've got so much advantage right now.
This started with a purple buff steal.
Yeah.
1 purple buff steal, and it turned out to this. Well, Vinogo finally will get his purple buff. I don't think SRG needs it anymore. This mid tier 1 is going to go down soon.
I feel bad for the Binogo. I'm not gonna lie. Binogo, what can you do at this point? But considering that, you know, they've switched up their playstyles a little bit here. You said Lolios will be getting purple buff. SRG continuing with their assault. The Lord is pushing up top side. They're going for a couple of pokes here. Stormy getting caught out. He might die there, and that's a big catch from Kaiser. Once again, Humes almost losing for his life, and Lolio gets the kill. But the back lines, RSGMI, they're doing okay. This is the comeback that they need, and they managed to hold on. And now with the Lord, throwing the turret, does it survive? No, oh my goodness.
So close. Again, Kaiser saves the day. Electro Final Blow, and the Petrify to catch both Yumes and Stormy, who were a bit overcommitted, right? They tried to bait Loliao into their werewolf form and jump to the back line. Stormy committed a flicker, but Kaiser showed up from the bottom lane to really stop Loliao from going down. Still, SRG, they're able to get most of the outer tower turret. RSG arrives in time in the bottom side to protect this structure.
What a game that we're watching right now, because it feels like RSGMI, they should be losing a little bit harder than this, but they somehow managed to stop all this aggression. And it feels like SRG, they're playing a very slow game now. They finally had to wind down a little bit more, making a couple of blunders here. Yeah. And they have to think that what's their timings right now, because think about this, right? We're slowly heading in towards the late game, and RSG has been known that they are the late game kings. In this case, do they have enough damage to outscale Lolios?
If we go slightly, just buy a bit more time for RSGMI to hit like 45k net worth, then yes, I think late game, RSGMI will have a very, very good chance of taking down SRG. We talk about SRG's draft. This draft is about smothering the tempo of RSGMI. Don't let them play aggressive, and afterwards, you try to speed up as much as you can, kind of suffocate RSGMI, and that's exactly what they have done. But of course, they have a timing they need to fulfill. This game needs to end very soon.
Agree. Speaking of ending very soon, Vinogo again forces out the CC out. This is huge for RSGMI. Not having the CC out here means that they will have a little bit more room to work with, and also reduce the upcoming damage as Selangor Red Giants is going to be dishing out the table. But once again, despite all that, do they want to risk it? 6k lead for Selangor Red Giants, and it seems like they are going to try and drag this out to 15.
They have to do so. I think time is in RSG's favor. If they can drag this game out, they'll be happy to do that. I'm expecting Innocent to go and deal with Kaiser, because he is literally Kaiser's kryptonite. They might see Kaiser though. They're in the bush, and I think Kaiser smells something wrong. The sideways needs to be managed by the side of RSGMY, and the bottom lane might be a potential gang squad. Here he comes.
Yeah, speaking of the gang squad right now, Yumes Innocent is there. Kaiser, he needs to get out. He's got the Electrify, blow. He's got the Petrify. They're going to try and force an issue. Seems like he will just clear. Oh my goodness. They just don't have the setup. And again, RSGMY, they have the numbers crammed. Getting poked here and there. Lolios needs to get out. He needs to run. Here comes SRG. They've got top the electrifying beats, but a save from Storm to completely stun lock all of them and stop the momentum, as they have to back off, because Kaiser is also shoving the lane down bottom as well. Innocent being forced to go down bottom lane means RSGMY has found the room to kind of take a jab at the Lord Pit.
They can try, but it's going to take a while to even clear. So RSG, they're not even going to try. No Eternal Guardian, and just now they didn't have the Electro Final Blow until a few seconds ago. And Kaiser wasn't even in position, right? So RSGMY can't start the Lord.
Yeah.
This is their prerogative. They need to find a way to get this objective. SRG, we can play this dance as long as we want, as long as you can play this dance, because we're not worried about the state of the game. You are the one under pressure, and SRG, they're going to start on the Lord to bait RSG in.
Yeah, in this case, Kaiser, he's hovering down towards the middle lane. He really wants to take away SRG's middle turret here. But as of yet, they start the fight with no-go. He started a bad fight. He's going to get completely bursted down. Krabs dives the back lines. Lolios is in the front, but they just don't have the damage. One mistake is all they need, and SRG completely collapsed on them. So he's tanky. Can he survive? Yes, he will, but the damage is done. They're all over, but Stormy from downtown flickers forward. That's a wipeout. A complete stomp from Selangor Red Giants for game 1 here. It's over.
It's over. They're just gonna celebrate this.
It's done.
It's done.
It's over. They've broken the code. And us, RG, they're looking to take their first win officially against RSGMY.
Well, first match win, they've done that a few times, but first series win is 1 game away. And what do I tell you? SRG draft, they need to play fast. And in that position, they have control of the Lord. and they're just hanging it like a carrot on a stick. They're like, you want to do it? Venogo, you want to contest it, Lord? Venogo walked up, instantly got bursted, and that was the end. And SRG, they had it all planned from the beginning, and then RSG fell right into that trap.
No, I'm not gonna lie here, even the fans were completely mind blown. How is this? Why does this game look completely one-sided? But to think about it, it wasn't one-sided. It was a lot of layers of thinking and calculation on what steps needed to be taken in order to win the game. Because in order to pull that composition off, timings is everything, and SRG played that perfectly.
Played that perfectly. All started with one purple buff steal,
God,
turned into two purple buff steal, into a turtle secure, into a team fight win. And as much as Kaiser tried to keep it together, the lead was just too big on the side of SRG. And when you see them try to poke at RSG, they are never there to commit to a team fight. They are there to bait out your Bloom. They are there to bait out your Eternal Guardian. They're there to bait key abilities and battle spells from RSG. The moment they see it, they pull back, and RSG was like, well, now we don't have an ability, we can't fight either, and the process repeats until RSG slips.
You know, the way to kind of define that game is literally a droplet dropping on the flat surface of water. A small little ripple is formed, and it slowly became a tsunami. That was just a complete storm here. But the MVP for the match here is gotta be Stormy. He did not just bring the tsunami, he brought the storm, man.
Literally a storm, a thunderstorm, if you may. In this game, on this Valentina first pick, we talk about them, right? These two teams have a lot of similarities in terms of the mid lane, but this Valentina, even though you only really had the Eternal Guardian to steal, not a problem for Stormy. He had the support system. Look at how front Stormy was playing. He sees Loliao, runs up to Loliao, pokes him, backs off. Sees Storm, pokes him, backs off. Stormy played this to a T, and he knows it. Goes for the Enchanted Talisman into a Lightning Truncheon. So these burst damage are keeping RSG backline from away from his team.
It's funny, right? Usually we kind of, you know, set mages apart in a situation where, hey, you know what, mages don't really do a lot of damage now. People have kind of leaned back like mages are going to be the support. But in this game, the one time that Stormy died is the one time that Selangor Red Giants kind of lost their entire engagement. And it just shows you how important it is to know how they should be engaging the fights before ending the game, right? For example, if Stormy dies, boom, Selangor Red Giants die. Loses the team fight. But if for RSG, Lolios on the Roger dies, the entire fight kind of collapses on them as well. So it just shows you that maybe SRG understands when they need to prioritize their stuff. In this case, the Valentina, quote unquote, I said this, it's not exactly the easiest hero to play with, but Stormy was able to play out of his mind.
He definitely did. And of course, when you look at an enemy, right? Let's say Roger is the prime target. There are two ways to deal with targets that you need to get rid of. First, you kill him. Very straightforward. You kill the target. Or you prevent the target from participating in team fights. And SRG, if you can't kill Loliao, we just keep him away. What are you going to do? You jump in? Oh, too bad. CC is in your face. Oh, too bad. We have an Edith that can flip you, right? We said that Edith, really good at single target lockdown. Look at how they dealt with Venogo's Fredrin. The moment Edith goes for the onwards, flips the Fredrin, the crowd control was just so much that Venogo could not even get enough combo points to unleash that ultimate. And he even took cooldown reductions as that first emblem, right? The talent, which is pretty crazy in of its own.
You know, it's interesting to see how SRG has adapted in a way, because this is a composition that I just literally watched a few hours ago. Aura Fired pulled this off in the final week of week 2 for MPL ID. They had a near identical draft where they brought in the Edith as well as the CC, because to pull off a CC gold lane or even a higher gold lane, you need to have some accountability for late game potential. You need to have some marksman. In this case, Yums kind of fits that profile, but I don't think we've gotten to that stage yet, right? Like, we were able to close out that game very, very quickly, and you can see based on the stage as well, damage dealt Innocent, you talked about it as well, 52,000. But so what's surprising as well is that Story was able to hit 58k in this current patch and the Valentina.
The amount of poke damage, and I believe he can steal the Bloom as well, because the Florian was the last pick, right? So Bloom or the Eternal Guardian, either way works for him, but I think he stole the Eternal Guardian a lot more often. And we talk about CC. The wave clear is always going to be her weak point, but what she's good at is brick walling you, right? She prevents you from pushing lanes. She sees you, she's gonna walk up to you and just push you away. Look at what happened to Kaiser. Kaiser tried to push a wave, Innocent shows up and Kaiser backs off instantly. And we haven't even talked about Cram on this Tamus. We say that he's a very selfless player. He's willing to give his life away to ensure his team gets an advantage. Takes the Tamus, takes vengeance, eats up everything from RSG.
Yeah, and on top of it all, like I like how SRG has found a way to kind of evenly distribute the damage taken for the entire team, right? Like technically, for a gold laner, you don't really want to take damage, correct?
No.
But in SRG's case, they have a CC that doesn't mind taking damage because the more you dive into me, the more he will benefit. In this case, you talked about as well, Leo going in, he is going to be committing the fight, he's going to take a lot of damage. In this case, for a Roger, taking 85,000 damage is not a good sign at all.
No.
Roger is not a tank.
And most of the damage came from the laning phase, right? We said, oh, Loleo got first blood. He has a minor lead that he needs to push, and he needs his team to help him push that lead. But because RSG was so preoccupied with dealing with SRG, invading the purple buff, taking that turtle away, that the moment Innocent got the War Axe, Loleo could not walk up to him. That lane was completely lost the moment Innocent hit that War Axe timing. And you can see, even from the turret damage, who is primarily dealing with the sideways. On the side of RSG, only Kaiser gets to touch turrets. But on the side of SRG, Innocent, he's just walking up taking structures. Cram, he's just taking structures. RSG cannot do anything to stop them, and if they do, they are committing so much resources that, let's say, if I 4-man gank Cram and Cram goes down, SRG is going to wipe me because I don't have anything left.
Yeah, what's interesting of this idea that both teams has is like RSG was hoping that Kaiser was gonna try to make a lot of waves across the map, right? But those waves didn't really translate into RSG's face just because of the fact that SRG has been stonewalling Venogo right from the get-go. And for Kaiser to came online, it took about what, 8 to 10 minutes before he actually came online to start making waves. And by that time, it came to a collapse where which waves are bigger. In this case, SRG has this big ripple effect that just completely slaps RSG in the face. And I feel like this was a match that is very difficult to pull off. Like, not many people can pull off a composition with no actual marksman. Where, okay, you know, let's not take Edith into consideration as a marksman, right? Like, Edith is like a hybrid version. But to take that into consideration, to pull this off, is just very difficult to do.
And also, this also exemplifies why Joy is commonly banned now, right? She has the ability, once she snowballs, your backline is always threatened. This is a Joy second pick, and if you think back on the first 3 picks of RSG and why it was Roger, Fredrin, and then a Vexana, right? Benedetta and Florin came afterwards. Now, no, actually Benedetta was the 3rd pick. The problem with that is when the fight starts, if Venogo is in front and Kaiser hits the backline, who's going to protect Loliao? Who protects Toem?
Yeah.
No one can protect them, and Sakai just goes to the backline and takes them out.
Agree. But now let's talk about the rich guy, the carry, the sandbag, and the wingman here. And in this case, Innocent going to be the rich guy. The carry is going to be Leo's. Total damage taken is going to be Venogo, and the total assist is going to be Venogo. So the approach for this game is going to be a little bit different because Venogo, we've seen him being shut down completely here. But I feel like it's a very, very big question mark to Venogo right now because of the fact that how deep is his hero pool pockets? Because think about this. RSG targeted Yus as well as Innocent. But SRG targeted Venogo specifically to show him that, hey, is Fredrin the only thing you can play? Because think about this. Skies has proven himself that he can play Nolan, he can play Martis, he can play Akai, he can play Baraz, he can play any assassin so far.
He can play Hanzo. We've seen Hanzo last season, you know? And I think it's not to say that Fredrin is not a good hero, right? I think Fredrin is still good in a lot of situations, but when you look at what SRG has, I talked about this Florin pick at the start, where it's good against team compositions with minimal burst damage. The problem is, this Joy got so big that your Bloom could not out-heal her electrifying beats, which is in and of itself a crazy thing. But these early to mid-game, we still see some hopes, right? I think, again, Kaiser being there at the right time with the Petrify and the Ultimate has always been helping them, but there's only so much you could do as a Benedetta. At the end of the day, no matter how much lead Kaiser gets, he's not able to translate that to the rest of the game because SRG keeps destroying Venogo, and without Venogo, Kaiser cannot function alone.
I'm not gonna lie, 8-minute mark, that clip just now would have been play of the game for me, for RGMY, if they managed to kind of come back into this game. But unfortunately, they tried their best. Well, Kaiser could not do so much because this blunder from Venogo is what the completely allowed Selangor Giants to collapse on RGMY, knowing that that was a sure W for them. And
I just noticed something, right? The moment Venogo went down, he actually bought a Sky Guardian helmet, which means up to that point, he did not have Sky Guardian helmet, which also explains why he was so easily bursted.
Yeah, and it's hard, right? Considering that he's been pressured so much. That think about this, right? He has lost 3 purple buffs.
3-4 purple buffs, yeah.
He's lost 1 orange buff on the top side. So that's 4 creeps worth of economy in that fight. And by the time he got a Sky Garden helmet, people, like, I think Skies was already 1.5 item ahead of him.
He got it when he was dead, so it didn't matter.
So, yeah, it didn't really
didn't
matter. So it was just all comes down to timings and executions. And I feel like SRG just understood their timings and momentum a little bit better compared to RSG in this game. So again, I feel like it might be a warm-up game. I don't know yet. History-wise, RGMY has somehow pulled some big Ws before. Do you think it's possible that we are going to see the full game tree here?
I hope to see that, honestly.
Based on their performances.
Based on their performance, okay, if we just purely based on game performance, I think SRG is going to win 2-0, no doubt. But I personally hope that it will go 3 games because I want to see these two teams fight until the end.
Yeah, at the same time, I think I want to see a Moskov in this game. Like, I really, really want to see a Moskov maybe making it to the meta right now. And guess what? From April 6th all the way to the April 30th here, you can dive into the Infernal Wormlord draw event and get a chance at winning the exclusive Moskov Infernal Wormlord All-Star skin with the first ever skin ID tag.
Yep.
Yeah. If you guys want to flex your skins when you're loading skin, on top there, new skin logo banner, you want to flex it, now's the perfect time to show off your Moskov, because from 6 to 12 you can unlock the exclusive gold ID tag, and from the 30 to 30 you can get the exclusive silver tag. So if you buy it early, you get the gold tag, but since it's already past April 13, sucks to be you not getting the gold, but you can still get the silver tag.
Hey man, exclusive ID tags are the best, right? It tells you you are the XX person to get this skin. If you are the 0001, means that you're the first person to get that skin with a gold tag. Hats off to you. You are the luckiest person on earth. There was a recent statistic that was put up earlier, I think a week ago, where they talk about Moskov's global stats. Moskov globally took more damage than he dealt. So a lot of Moskovs out there,
saw that.
you guys were griefing your games, right? So play better, alright? This skin is not just made for show, it is made to win games.
Hey, come on. Like, if you've got a really, really nice skin, would I just hide it in my pocket and just not play it? Obviously, I'm going to be playing it, right? It's the first ever skin. Yeah, I know. Stats came out. It shouldn't be dying that much. It's a hard hero to play, but guess what? I don't care. I just want to have a good time. I just like skins, man.
We're taking 2 billion more damage globally. That is a big stat. Well, we're going to throw it to the host on stage to see what Rose has for us. So, Rose, take it away.
Terima kasih kepada caster-caster kita. Tapi sebelum kita masuk game kedua untuk match pertama kita hari ini, saya ingin menjemput Yang Berhormat Tuan Adam Adli bin Abdul Halim, Timbalan Menteri Belia dan Sukan untuk naik ke atas pentas bagi sesi soal jawab bersama YB.
Terus.
Hi YB, how
Selamat
are
Raya.
you? Selamat Hari Raya. How are you?
Good.
You're good? Okay, first question, YB.
Yep.
How are you feeling about MPL being in MPSJ sekarang ni?
First of all, saya rasa tempat ni tak sangka kita boleh gunakan stadium yang sebenarnya bersifat community untuk MPL. Jadi kita tak perlu hanya bergantung pada stadium juara ataupun Axiata dan sebagainya. Lebih dekat dengan community, ada access public transport, so I think it's good. Cuma aircon, please fix it.
Ooh, wow, YB spicy today.
Right.
Bukan players je yang spicy, YB pun spicy. Okay, YB, in your opinion kan, apa yang initiation that Kementerian Belia dan Sukan ambil to improve or to nurture our esports scene dalam Malaysia?
Right. Kita pun tahu esports very independent since I think since season 7. Through ESI, KBS dah banyak cuba untuk bantu dan support dari sudut penganjuran, dari sudut facilitate bagi venue dan sebagainya. So kita harap setiap usaha yang dibuat oleh KBS selama ini telah pun menyokong kita punya perkembangan e-sport, dan altogether kalau ikut tahun lepas pun kita dah lancarkan NASDAQ yang jadi satu guideline yang sangat berguna untuk penganjuran dan juga pengurusan tim. Tanya juga Munton, beberapa isu yang timbul dalam dunia e-sport baru-baru ni pun kita dapat gunakan NASDAQ untuk bantu resolve the issue. So itu kita punya tanggungjawab, but altogether kita nak lihat e-sport sebagai sebuah industri yang sangat berpotensi, boleh pergi tahap yang jauh lebih tinggi. You already at a very high level right now dekat Malaysia, tapi kita nak pergi go international.
Okay YB, YB cakap high level, YB cakap go international. sekejap lagi kita ada MSC dekat Riyadh, which is an international tournament. So, YB, in your opinion, pasukan mana di MPL Malaysia akan mewakili Malaysia dekat Riyadh nanti?
Siapa? I don't know. Siapa? I think it's still too early. We still have playoff. So, we wait. Tapi saya yakin yang bakal mewakili Malaysia adalah pasukan, of course, yang terbaik yang kita boleh lihat. Dan this year pun kita jadi tuan rumah untuk M6. So, please make our Esports enthusiasts proud.
Alright, YB, before I send you off, apa yang YB nak cakap dekat enthusiast MLBB, enthusiast Esports di Malaysia?
Teruskan 100% support scene MLBB dekat Malaysia. Dan saya yakin kalau support yang sama diterima sampai kepada M6, Malaysia boleh jadi champion. Okay.
Wow, I love that. Alright, thank you so much to YB for coming and for gracing our MPL Malaysia. Selamat Hari Raya YB. Okay guys, nampaknya semua dah ready untuk start game kedua match pertama kita. Pasukan mana yang akan menang game ni? With that, let's throw it back to the casters. Casters, silakan.
Hey man, MLBB Malaysia is blooming. We've got a lot of things here. We've got all the community here. Sedang Jaya, MBSJ is amazing. And thank you YB for the opening here. Eric, like this is actually what's happening right now, right? We know it's pretty hot just because there's a lot of people, right? As soon as the YB said it, the matches are hot. I agree. The AC, I felt a sudden boom. It's like the guy who's controlling the AC. Oh no, YB is pissed. Boom, full power.
Well, we actually do have a video for you guys to watch, so enjoy.
Okay, Becky. SRG now is a very, very strong team, and a lot of people are saying you guys are really good at discovering other teams' secret or hidden strat, you know, from their history and all those kind of things. So, what do you know about RSG?
So, RSG, right? They're mid laner. I coached him before. I know every hero pool he can play. I think I already know what they are going to play. Kaiser, gonna play Barat, gonna play Yuzong, you know. I have already seen all their strats. All the entire hero pool of Kaiser Izanami is in my grasp, right?
I think so. Yes.
It's true?
I think so, yes.
I always like Rose's completely clueless reaction where like, how do you know? Oh, okay. What happened? What?
they figure out that Team Hawk is gonna play Sylvanas because of Lecia's match history, you know. So
okay.
Yeah, the network, the grapevine for Selangor Red Giants runs very deep, and this is a coach pairing that has been around for quite a long time, right? If we talk about season 13, even before Arcadia was when Arcadia joined, wasn't even an official MPL season yet, and from that point onwards, SRG has been evolving constantly.
Agreed.
Right now, forget about Prime RSG. I want to talk about Prime SRG.
Prime SRG.
This is Prime SRG.
Well,
I'm
again,
sorry, RSG fans.
I'm sorry, RSG fans. I agree. Go just did make a point. Sometimes, to be the best, you gotta earn it, not claim it. In this case, let's take a look at what Sora has to say.
Yeah, and they asked Sora how's the chemistry in week 2, right? Doesn't feel prime enough. And Sora say, Venogo is a rookie player from MDL Philippines, so they need time to accustom him with MPL. And because of that, week 1 and 2 didn't really feel like they had the chemistry. But after this, perhaps they could be better than Demon Kite. Which is a big claim, all right? Which is a very, very big claim from Sora.
Considering what we just saw, that is a very, very bold statement and big claim. But again, action speaks louder than words. In this case, SRG has given the big first slap. That's going to be first blood for them.
Yeah.
And again, one more game means that they will break that winning streak that RG looms over SRG for so long.
And I would agree to a certain extent, right? Venogo is from MDL Philippines, used to play with Euphoria Esports. So yes, Tier 2 to Tier 1 needs some time to adjust to it. For sure, I'm not going to put too much pressure on him to overtake Demon Kai, who has won multiple trophies at this point, but he does have potential. When he played with Euphoria, he played a very aggressive style of jungler.
Yeah.
Euphoria, as a team back in MDL, is just go, 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 kill, 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 win games in 12 minutes. But right now, this is a different ballgame, right? He's taking on different roles. Fredrin, Baraz, frontliners instead of assassins, and that could take some time and that's something that SRG is well prepared for.
Oh, it's all about adaptations, and let's take a look at how the drafts are going to be looking like for game number 2, because as we get game 2, they have to adapt. In this case, RSG, they take in a little bit of a different picture. They know that maybe they just have to stop Innocent from playing the Roger, right? He was the first one to actually bring it to the table in MPL MY, had success results with it. They have to respect it. It's either respect ban it or respect pick it. In this case, RSG pretty much says that I'm going to take it as a first phase ban. We are going to go for a little bit more room to actually work with. In this case, prioritize maybe just letting the Nolan through and let Skies play and just deal with it as well.
I suppose you can, but I think if you are the Nolan, I was about to say, it's usually the red size prerogative if you think about it, right? But I think RSG understands if we let Nolan through, SRG will not ban it. They will focus on something else. So we have to ban the Nolan just so we don't get a game like game 1. But this also means SRG right now, do you want to ban the Joy? Because RSG has the chance to pick the Joy. And if you don't, what other tricks do you have up your sleeves?
This is a little bit different. I can see where you're going at with the Joy pickup, right? The Joy was very, very good in the first game, but I feel like they do have a little bit more room to work with and just say like, you know what, maybe deny the Nana away, right? Like you talked about SRG having 100% win rate with Nana and Stormy. So right now is a stage where we have prioritized Innocence heroes. Do we want to just stop Stormy from playing Nana? It was first phase ban in the first game. So in this case, do they want to first pick it for Izanami just to say, Stormy, play something else, deal with it?
I think if you first pick Nana right now, is way too risky of an opener, right? You probably would go for... Yeah, I was thinking of the Farmers. I think Izanami would rather play the Farmers than the Nana.
Okay.
Even though he has the capacity to play more aggressive damage shooting mages, but he himself prefers to play utility type mages. That's why you see Novaria, Valentina, and Farmers. So this Farmers pick, I think SRG expected it from the get-go. Now, you have a lot of ways to do it there, right? Big AoEs. Lilia is a good example. If you want to go for utility-wise, there's always a Novaria that you can consider. I think Nana is not a bad option against Farmers, but you can leave that for the third pick if you really need.
I think it's something that they can deal with it as well. Like, the biggest question when facing off against the Farmers, right, is like, how do you burst down those 10 HP as quickly as you can? Like, previous season, we had Melissa, we had Claude, we have like Benedetta to a certain degree. But this time, I feel like if you go with the Netherrealm into this game, the Vexana is just going to completely benefit the most. Like, if I just hit all 5 players with the mark coming in from Vexana, that is going to be a huge chain reaction coming in. So that is something that I think people don't really realize how strong Vexana is in I would say, a brawl fight.
And I'll quickly kind of go back to a point that you brought up. You said that, you know, SRG has been prioritizing Innocence hero. I agree to a certain extent. But the fact that we saw that CC gold lane means that SRG right now, they have a different approach to it, right? Like, we don't have to prioritize Innocent anymore. If we have to go down that route, don't worry. We have something, you know, in the back of our sleeves. The boys in RG's court right now, they're actually going to take the Edith and the Barrage. I was expecting the Barrage to come out, but the Edith is something that I didn't expect. Stowen has played a really great Edith back in Season 12, so it's great to see him back on this hero again. It is a decent hero into the Fredrin, and the Barras is the same as well, so you can see that they're trying to apply pressure onto Sakai's.
I wouldn't be surprised if SRG just picks up the Grok right here, just because of the fact that they have been focusing on Vinogo from the previous game. With this Grok pickup, it isn't too bad if they decide to try to stop Vinogo in his tracks. And obviously with the Edith as well as Faramis, it gets a little bit better from the previous game, just because of the fact that when you have like a Florian in your face, your enemy invades your jungle. What can you do as a Florian?
Or I take an export. Solves the problem completely. Edith can't deal with me. Baras can't deal with me.
You're right.
You want another realm? Last of Sanity.
Veki did mention as well that Kaiser might be playing the Barat's XP. We've seen it happen in early weeks in MPL MY, so you're right. If they decide to go for the export for Vinogo, it isn't too bad as well.
And the craziest thing is that regardless of where the Barats go, the export will always be a threat to him. Right? The export will always be a threat to the Barats, regardless whether it's a Barats jungle or a Barats XP lane. If you want to directly deal with the export, the Yuzhong could be an option, but now it's the second ban phase, right? If you're SRG, you're looking to put this Barras in the jungle, perhaps start targeting Kaiser's hero pool, Benedetta, Yuzhong, Paquito, heroes that make Xbox life a bit harder. Instant Yuzhong ban.
Here's a big question here. Is this going to be an XP Fredrin?
No.
Go export? Or is it going to be an XP export?
I hope it's an XP export. I personally have a huge dislike for XP Fredrin unless it's Iris playing it. Because I think XP Fredrin, you are there to soak up damage, but you have no tempo, and you don't get to do much for your team if you fall behind. So Fredrin in the jungle is so much better because you get resources, right? So you get items faster compared to being in the XP lane. That's just my personal look on this. I still stick by Fredrin shouldn't be in the XP lane. I like the Nathan ban from RSG. This could open them up to a Claude or a carry.
Yeah, you've got good read so far. Yu Zhong has been pretty much banned off, and Nathan also to be banned off as well. I feel like now the biggest question for me is that what is SRG going to be bringing to the table? Are they going to pull a very, very similar start? Like you said as well, the Harif gold lane for Innocent. Because as of yet, they're playing a little bit more aggression. But my biggest problem here is, do they bring in the true damage to deal with Faraz? In this case, carry is still up and open as well. Yep. They haven't really figured out the ban, but nope, again, you called it. They are going to ban off Kaiser's hero, the Benedetta and the Yu Zhong. These are comfort heroes. And we did get a little bit stipulated as well. Becky knows all their heroes.
Yep. So Benedetta and Yu Zhong ban now means that we might go down to the Pakido, still can outpace the X-Borg in lane, or Tamas if you just want to face tank the X-Borg. These are the only two picks I can see being viable for Kaiser, because Baraz XP means that X-Borg eats you alive, and Terizla is not a good option either. But with this Nathan ban means that you are making way for Claude and carry, which SRG has the first pick advantage if they really want to grab that goal lane for themselves. This last ban from RSG,
it's tough. It's tough. It's really tough considering the fact that SRG has so much flexibility, right? Like, we didn't expect this CC to be a gold lane in first game. We assumed that it was XP, and then boom, Innocence says, you know what? You've got a Roger, I don't care. But for me, the biggest threat right now is that they might need to prioritize the carry right here, right now, if they want to play the double true damage combination.
Or you can take your Roma now, and then you leave the CC as an option again.
Against a Baraz?
No, not against the Baraz, but in the goal lane, right? You get to see RSG's goal lane afterwards. So
a
Roma pick right now isn't really that bad. You saw the Edith already. You see, you caught the Grok early on, so the Grok not come through, which means we don't know what Innocent is playing, and I think SRG knows that.
Oh boy, I hate this. Like, I really hate how sneaky and cunning SRG has gotten, especially with these like first game Thieves. Now they're so sneaky with their drafts. Game one, out of nowhere, it's the C goal lane. Now they're sneaky again. I was like, you know what, Innocent, we might be seeing export goal lane. I don't care, man. Like, Innocent can play whatever he wants.
Because they saw the Nathan ban, they're like, well, you ban Nathan, which means that you probably aren't looking at Harif, you're looking at carry and Claude.
Okay.
I'm just gonna pick CC. What you gonna do about it, right? I'm gonna run onto you. We either sprint or Vengeance. I think Innocent took sprint game one. He can take Vengeance again if that CC ever happens.
Yeah.
But we now need to see what RCMY has in mind first for the XP lane. So they take the Harif and the CC.
Oh,
they know
boy.
this CC could go to SRD, so they need to take it away. And it's good against Export as well.
Okay. I like this. You know, like, in order to pull off a gold lane that is not a marksman, you gotta have like some kind of hybrid marksman. The Edith is pretty okay, Baraz is okay. Baraz is amazing early to mid game, but this time RGMY takes a page off SRG where they have to close out the game early to mid. And if they snowball hard enough, games is in the bag. But if they drag this long enough, things are gonna get a little bit difficult. So I'm curious to see if SRG is able to handle this situation, because they are kind of in the situation where the roles are kind of reversed now from game one. Because game one's draft, SRG had something similar to RSG, but game 2's draft is going to be the other way around. But this time,
Melissa!
They bring in the Melissa. All right, okay.
All right.
Okay, we have our marksman.
We have it. But Melissa, wow, crazy thing. You know what Melissa is good at? Melissa is good at
stopping dive bombs.
Oh, stopping dive bombs is one thing, but dealing with clumped up enemies. Oh. And guess what RSG has? Fireman, baby. It's time for Melissa to go ham on these kids.
Oh boy, this is fun. This is really, really fun to see how...
Stop the Harif and the CC.
Yeah.
Unless you press Purify while you jump into the getaway, right? But aside from that, this and it secures your late game.
Agreed. But now I'm curious to see whether they pull it off, because it seems like it's going to be a tall order for both sides, because there is a lot on the line. Ladies and gentlemen, we're heading into the Land of Dawn. This is going to be game number 2. RSGMY versus Selangor Red Giants.
I'm going to help you answer your question earlier on. If there's one team that can pull it off, we're looking at them right now. Selangor Red Giants at their peak. And just like you said, right, it's a role reversal. It's now RSG's prerogative to end the game as fast as possible, to play a fast tempo. But SRG strap stops that. I have a Grok, I have a Melissa. You cannot just run into my face whenever you like.
Like, look at Vinogo's life, man. Like, I'm not gonna lie, it's really, really hard. And hard as a Grok right now, it's tough. Like, right from the get-go, Yums is there. It's like, Yums did nothing. Okay, I'm fine. I'm getting out.
Yeah, it's like
I thought it would be harder than that, but all right, he gets out. But Lulio's taking some early damage by Innocent, completely outraged. Feels bad.
Yeah, that's the Melissa trick, right? Level 1, you use your second ability and you press Inspire and you use your Inspire to win the lane and then you shove it out. And that's what Innocent has done to Lo Liao. I love this opening. Inspire is going to come back up in the next wave, so Miss Innocent can repeat it over and over again to push Lo Liao away.
Yeah, speaking of pushing Lo Liao's, right? I feel like currently our Selangor Red Giants has shifted their priorities from game number 1. Game 1, they were prioritizing on the junglers a little bit more, but this time they're focusing on just shutting down Lo Liao's, which is a good thing. But again, you know, it's still too early to say it as well. It's all about individual plays, and Innocent, again, started off with the Inspire harassment and a pretty low cooldown as well. But middle lane now, we're gonna see a little bit of scuffle with Skies and Vinogo. Vinogo dropping half HP. Doesn't have the Daytona's welcome. I guess he tried to chew up Stormy, but just couldn't finish him off.
Yeah.
And now Storm, oh my god, you annoying little pest.
So he used the Daytona's welcome to Stormy. Stormy didn't even use the flicker. You would think that at least you force something out of Stormy, but Stormy knows that he was not going to go down.
Oh my goodness, Storm, he just completely missed it as well. Yums did not have the Guardian's Barrier passive. And he was just like walking around, saying hello, Storm. What you gonna do?
What you gonna do?
What you gonna do? Cram
There's no
already
Daytona's
sold
welcome.
them out. Vinogo doesn't have stacks as well. Ah,
Look at the tiny dinosaur!
little tiny baby dinosaur. Now he's gonna get tasted. Stormy! What a steal! What a hit! But he won't be able to get out now. The rest of RSG will collapse as they completely drop on RSGMY. Cram, he will give his life, but the insanity is just too insane. And now top side, Lo Liao's with the Salmon Force here, tries to take a jab at Innocent, but he got the Inspire! The sustain!
Oh my goodness!
Whoa!
Inspire and the getaway, extra resistance to Lo Liao.
What did I just watch?
And the orange buff is gone.
Oh my goodness, Skies again with the steals. They are going to get out as well. He's going to be able to sidestep. The Razor's Wrap keeps him alive! And Graham shuts Storm out. What a play from Skies. Fredrin does not have moves like that, and he's got some sick sidestep by him.
This is getting disastrous for RSG. I'm surprised they even tried to contest the turtle. That was never going to happen. They tried. They got 2 for 1. And then afterwards, top side, no solo kills. And then they lose the orange buff and lose Storm again. SRG, they definitely have a decent lead. I mean, it's just almost 1,000. Stormy doesn't even go down.
Oh my goodness, now Vinogo starting this over to Daytona's welcome. He will catch Yums, but he's got the wall charge. He goes for the counter engagement. Here comes the Cult Altar coming in, but sorry, the Nether Realm coming in, but it's not going to be good enough as they get completely isolated. But Storm, he is going to die. Yums completely chains lock him. Salmon Force being popped off, but 0 value for RSGMY as Selangor Red Giants completely outplays RSGMY once again.
Do you see where to get away from this Melissa world? It completely blocks off Lo Liao into the fight. He cannot even join. Our SRG, they're getting these pickups. Storm has died 3 times so far, trying to get something on the map. They've attempted to kill Stormy twice, and both times Stormy got out.
I swear to God, Selangor Red Giants is like playing chess, whereas RSGMY is just playing checkers right now, and it's so difficult to watch. Just because of the fact that Selangor Red Giants is playing on a different wavelength. And in this case, taking advantage of the go away and the wall blocks has been really, really annoying to work with. And now Crab with the insanity wall charge comes in.
Goodness.
Vinogo, bye-bye dinosaur. He is gonna get extinct once again as SRG tramples on them.
Remember what I said, Terrence? Remember what I said, that doesn't matter where the Barras is, as long as Xborg exists, he is going to make life hard for the Barras. Cram walk into the jungle, just solo kills Vinogo. I think Vinogo wanted to use the Daytona's welcome to get out over the wall, but he waited too long and Cram destroyed him. Lo Liao
my God.
had to dash out of that.
Lo Liao's not having a good time as well. So
what?
He actually popped out? What? Why? Okay. Like he doesn't have the damage. All right, this you know, I think RGMY is confused right now. They're getting completely puzzled on what they're doing, and it feels like they're a little bit more confused on how to actually fight against all this aggression that SRG is bringing to the table.
Cram just cleared the entire bottom jungle of RNG.
Oh my
Does Venogo have his orange buff?
Again, Venogo is
He
sad.
doesn't.
This is a sad, underfed, stuffed dinosaur right now. Skies is level 9, he's level 7, and now Storm going to try and make an attempt against Yumes again. Where's the damage? No damage at all. The Grok just walks out of the Shadow Stampede as well.
No way you kill Yumes.
I know, right? Feels bad. Really just feels bad. Yumes just can't be touched right now. His timing has been really on point. Guys, tries to get a catch. So, missing this wall. Okay.
Even if they get Skies, I don't think they have damage to kill him either.
Agreed. They just don't have damage right now.
They just don't. They need low Liao. They have burst. They don't have sustained damage. That is only on Kaiser. Most of their damage is burst. But SRG are now too far ahead to even be bursted down.
Yeah, it is very, very difficult right now. But bottom side, Kaiser, 1v1 is Cram, pops the ultimate, but Cram, what? He doesn't feel it. He doesn't feel the damage at all. It feels bad.
Usually that shouldn't be the case, but Cram is also quite far ahead.
Agreed, but now Stone, he's gonna get kited down. Chain stun all the way through. Abrasive drop dropped as well, down to his 1 HP. Innocent comes in from the side, drops the pump and almost takes him down, but guess what? Lolius gets the feared off by Stormy. He's gonna die. He will fall. And now the collab comes in, used with the wall charge. Izanami Storm needs to recall back. Can he do so? No, they will lose one. Izanami tries to walk out the map, but Cram is gonna shut him down. Bye-bye. Goodbye, RGMY. No more win streak. The Giants are here.
They have... at the start of MPL, SRG fought Homeboys, which was a team that they've never beaten before, and they beat Homeboys, which was also our current defending champion. They are breaking every single record, beating teams that have beaten them for 1-2 seasons in a row. RSG is just the next on the list.
I know, right? And now Innocent is going to be popping off. He's got the puppets down on the floor. Vinogo showing his face a little bit more. His stacks are slowly whittling down, and SRG, they're just waiting for him to become small once again. And as you can see, there are minions here. He is going to be able to build out his stacks once again. But again, timing is very crucial on this barrage. And Selangor Red Giants knows perfectly well what their timings are.
You look at the barrage item. Oh man, this is pitiful.
Oh my god, he doesn't even have it.
He doesn't have a Kung Fu item and he hasn't even gotten his Guardian helmet.
Whereas Skies has already got the Brute Force and the Thunderbelt. This is
straight up disrespect. He's like, I am so strong, I'm not gonna even build HP. I will build damage. Brute Force Breastplate, Thunderbelt, true damage.
Well, speaking of true damage here, now Stone gonna get completely dived on. Chain stun all the way through. Beautiful catch. Innocent gets the kill, and Skies with the Appraiser's Wrath tries to force the Nether Realm, but Izanami holds it on. They lose the middle turret, but can they continue to do more with the Guardian pushing up forward as well? They are looking for the tier 2, but Lolio, he's gonna get cut off! Stormy with the burst, the chain stuns, he's gone. Nether Realm a little bit late. Silence is available, but guess what? They just got the damage, and Selangor Red Giants again with their assault. Innocent taking a little bit too much, overzealous, but he survives! He doesn't die!
The Inspire, I think, helped him again.
Oh my god, he's not over Skies! He turns the fight in RGMY.
Yo.
Fighting for their dear lives, barely hanging on. And SRG still gets away. What a game.
By the way, Lolia, you cannot walk up like that. You have Purify, but Purify doesn't make you a god. You cannot walk up to SRG. It has to be Venogo. It has to be Storm.
Oh no, now here comes the collapse once again. Crab is gonna get dived on, but this is an X-Spark. He's got the double shields here. Vinogo and the rest is split off. They don't know what to do. Lolio downs the back line, but he dies! Stormy finally gets taken down, but Izanami is stranded. They're overextended their stay. They dive too hard, and SRG will shut down their dreams of reclaiming their title. Storm, last man standing. This inhibitor is about to fall as Innocent wants to chew it away, but no minions. So a little bit of small saving grace for now. 7k lead, 8k lead perhaps.
Would you back me up if I say this game is already done and dusted?
I would agree with you. Not gonna lie.
Lolia couldn't even solo kill Stormy. You saw that.
I know, right?
This is wild.
That's the reason why he's called a Mage Prodigy, right? Like, He's here to take the crown away from Izanami. And in this case now, Humes is just gonna try and zone them off with the puppets as well. Oh my goodness, this Innocent is just so annoying.
You can't walk up. You cannot walk up.
You just can't. And if you try to walk up, Humes is just gonna catch you off guard. In this case, guys, he's gonna try and taunt Storm. Oh, okay. He's fine, he's fine.
There's no room for RSG to play. Like, what you gonna do?
Oh my god, Izanami is gonna be knocked off. No, Izanami is trapped. He doesn't have the flicker. He can't get across. He's gonna take a little bit too much damage. Finally, the barrier drops. He forces the Nether Realm. 0 value, but guess what? They've got the damage and Cram burns him down. Bye-bye, Izanami. Completely toyed around like a plaything. The Giants are just playing with toys right now.
He even used his Purify, which I don't really think could have helped him anyways.
Oh boy.
This Lord's gonna get staggered a little bit, but this mid inhibitor is gonna crack. You see, RG can't even walk out. You don't want to get caught.
My god, Humes is just playing on a different ballpark right now. He's just catching the right catch, and now Skies is gonna try to get out, but they don't even kill him. RSGMY, they just don't have the damage. What can they do? Izanami, he's trying his best, but can he get it? No! He finishes! The timing, the Shadow Stampede. Not enough, and now here comes the wall charge from Humes to try to extend the fight. The Vengeance is there, but Innocent looking to ban up against Lolio. Salmon Force has been popped off, but where's the damage? The minions are collapsing, the crystals are exposed, and SRG doesn't care about what they're doing. It's over.
It's done.
It's done.
They have overcame RSG after 2 seasons since they joined MPL. And on their 3rd season, a 2-0 clean sweep over RSG MY, who was dubbed at one point win streak breaker. Who won win streak breaker? This is the true win streak breaker. Forget about RSG MY, forget about Prime RSG. It's Prime SRG.
It started with an empty stadium. Now we are a full house for this game. As history has been made, SRG has done it. They have never won against RSG, but now they have done it. GG, well played to SRG.
And not just in any fashion, in a dominant fashion as well. Still undefeated in the regular season. 4-0 in terms of series, 8-0 in terms of games.
What a performance here. As you can see, good sportsmanship by the ambassadors. Let's take a look at what Rose has to say as we jump into interview with SRG.
Kemenangan bersih untuk Selangor Red Giants sekali lagi. 2-0, 3 mata penuh. So guys, sebelum apa, a round of applause for Selangor Red Giants. Now that is an amazing way to start minggu ketiga kita. Okay, the mic is with Sekai. So, Sekai, sebagai satu player yang actually dalam lineup daripada you guys masuk MPL kan? So, Sekai, sekarang you guys have technically I don't know, changed history I guess, sebab daripada you guys tak pernah menang lawan RSG. Sekarang menang 2-0. How are you feeling? Do you think that, you know, this is really your era?
For me, saya rasa happy juga sebab first time right win against RSG, and also I happy to beat head coach of the RSG, so Coach Red, because he is my former coach also when I am Tier 2. So yeah, I'm happy too.
Wow, ni agak satu kemenangan yang sangat-sangat manis untuk Selangor Red Giants. Okay, can we please have Innocent? Okay, Innocent, in the first game, I think quite a lot of people were shocked with the CC Gold Lane pick going up against Roger. Why was that decision made? And why did you guys decide to use CC to go against Roger? Is it the counter?
I think it depends on the user.
Pilot.
Yeah, pilot.
I see. But do you personally think that CC Gold Lane is viable, or it's like a,
If I'm using Chichi, of course, yes.
Wow. Dia yang kena main CC baru boleh guna dekat mana-mana, kalau tak jadi. Okay. Alright. Thank you so much. Can we please pass it to Stormy?
He said he's not feeling well.
No, it's okay. Just a simple question. Stormy.
Yeah.
The Mage Prodigy wins against the Prince of Mage. Do you think it's now time for MPL Malaysia to give you a new title?
Nah, I think Prodigy is fine to me.
Oh, Prodigy is fine?
Yeah.
You don't want to level up?
No.
No?
Yeah.
Keeps you humble?
Yeah.
All right, guys. So, dia nak jadi humble, biar dia jadi humble. Sekarang, kita nak tahu siapa MVP of the match. So guys, MVP in 3, 2, 1. Tan tan tan. Yums! Wow. Wow. Apa tu Yums? Apa tu? Apa yang you buat tadi? Apa yang you buat?
Oh, biasa je.
Oh, biasa je. Alright, Yums, Captain. Sekarang Yums masuk SRG, dapat menang RSG. You rasa menang sebab you ke?
Menang sebab kita.
Oh, sebab kita. I ingat dia pun nak, suruh diorang santai. So, do you think momentum ni boleh sampai grand finals?
Boleh, dijamin.
Wow. I like. Alright, let's pass the mic over to Cram before we wrap this up. Cram, what do you want to say to everybody who came on over to watch your game and of course, to your family watching online?
Terima kasih semua.
Wow! All right. Okay.
Innocent have something to say.
Oh, okay. Ni kita punya, I rasa, taunting prodigy. Okay, go.
2 kata lucu, Prime RSG.
Aduh, you guys ni Ancha dia bukan. All right. Thank you so much, Selangor Giants. Congratulations on your very sweet win. Okay, guys. Okay, tapi untuk semua orang yang datang ke stadium juara, especially those yang tengah pakai baju raya, setiap match kita ada duit raya untuk korang. So, players akan ambil dan players akan kongsikan while they're walking down. Alright, guys. Congratulations. Go give away duit raya. Go. Take the duit raya. Yes, you guys take the duit raya and then you guys pass it to whoever you guys want to give it to, okay? Alright. Ni adalah satu match pembukaan yang sangat-sangat hebat dan sangat-sangat manis untuk minggu ketiga hari pertama. Untuk semua orang yang tengah duduk dekat rumah, jom ke stadium MBSJ sebab kita ada duit raya untuk korang. And with that, I rasa sekarang dah masa untuk throw it back to the casters untuk dorang dissect apa yang dah jadi di dalam game 2 berbalas kosong ini. Casters, silakan.
Wow, what a game coming from SRG and of course Prime RSG. What is that? 2 words for it. It's a joke.
It's a joke.
Oh my God.
What have they been teaching our imports, man? It's terima kasih. That one is
okay, fine,
basic, right? But that line for Innocent, I have a feeling it's Gojas. I feel like Gojas taught him that.
It's something that Gojas would do. Right?
It
sounds like Gojas.
I can hear Gojas' voice. But of course, I mean, our MVP, I have no arguments. Yums, one of the most solid roamers we have in the entire league. This guy just...
Ever since his debut from Todak and now into SRG, he has been one of the more consistent ones. And I think I cannot think of another better consistent roamer aside from him. I think the only one close should be Zorn, but still, I feel like Yums has better results compared to Zorn.
I think looking at the regular season, I can completely get behind that, right?
Yeah.
No one can top Yums right now. I would even put Storm on that list, but I feel like in this entire series...
You're still banging on Storm,
right, so I think Storm is a good player, no doubt, but in this particular series against SRG, there's just nothing much that he could do. It's less of an individual problem. Right? I think it's something that RSG, in both games, in terms of the gold lane, SRG picked winning matchup. CC into Roger, Melissa into Harem. Whoop, they win the gold lane. In terms of tempo, they completely out-macro RSG.
True.
So I think the overall gameplay of SRG was just clean and dominant, and this game tells it all.
Yeah.
Under 12 minutes, 17 kills to 3.
They just understand their macro timings a little bit better compared to RSG. It's just a big win coming in from SRG that they know that they will always out-rotate them a little bit more. It's like from the first step into the game, every step matters and every step counts. In this case, SRG has taken advantage of that over a lot of other teams. There is no room for error in all their movements, and it's worked out in their favor. And you can even see based on their emblems as well. Look at this. Innocent, he's got the corner charge up on him. He's got a corner charge on Yums. He's got the corner charge on Skies as well. Basically, it's all about out-rotating your opponent.
out-rotating, staying alive in fights, out-sustaining them. And you know, certain things, sometimes when you look at certain games and look at the macro, right, you can win from minute 1, and that's what Innocent did. I think when we look at the total damage dealt, I would assume that Innocent himself probably deals the most damage. Yeah, 52,000 damage. Like, no one on RSG came even close to that. And this started from what? The first minion wave. He sees Lolia in lane, dashes forward, Inspire, forces Lolia to recall, and at that point, that lane is already done. Innocent won his lane in the first minute of the game.
Yeah, this is something that I think they just completely shut them out. And for me, Innocent was amazing in a sense where when he was winning his individual fights against Lolios, right? Like, even game 1, he was struggling a little bit, but he was still winning his fights against Lolios. But game 2, it came down to a situation where SRG just won everything ever since they got a big shutdown on Vinogo. And after that, everything just went south for RSG.
I think RSG in game 2 definitely felt a lot sloppier. You look at the first turtle fight, right? They were in no position to contest, and yet they tried. Vinogo ends up dying, and then they lose the entire jungle, and then they try to extend the fight, and then Storm, in an attempt to help keep his team afloat, kept getting picked up by SRG. So it just like game number 1, started from 1 purple buff. This game was from the 2-minute turtle that really made life hard for RGMY, and never really got to recover from that because SRG kept putting their foot on the pedal.
You know, game 1, it felt like a small little ripple that translated into a tsunami. Game 2 was just straight up, here's a big rock, boom! Just a hard mic drop and just completely dives in the water and just completely creates an apocalypse right there. And SRG just, you know, did everything that RSG wanted to do in game 1, but better.
Absolutely. I think SRG has shown that they can play very different games. You want us to play fast? No problem. You want us to play a draft that usually, you know, can afford to go a bit slower? They ended this game in under 12 minutes, which was still considered very, very fast. If you look at total turret damage, right? Only Kaiser got to touch a turret.
And technically, this draft shouldn't even be this quick, right? Like, based on SRG, is a pretty late game composition. But considering how they were able to just cut off timings and starve RSG of resources time and time again, they were able to just quickly transcend this. And it's just perfect example of how important macro plays is, being in the right place at the right time. And I really like how SRG has just showcased that if there is a coin, there's heads and tails. There's 2 sides of it, right? If you flip it heads or tails, SRG has just showed that I can do both heads and tails.
Yeah, it's like, what version of SRG you want to fight today? And in fact, Cram had 7 kills by the end of this game. He had the most kills on his team. Yums had 14 assists out of 17 kills that his team has, right? So overall, I think this is just a masterclass of macro from SRG. When you look at micro, sure, you can argue some people's micro are better than their players, but macro-wise, there's nothing you can do against SRG. Sometimes SRG drops the ball a little bit, maybe they take a team fight and RSG kind of retaliates, but most of the time they are always in control. Look at the total heals. You look at the comparisons. Sakai's and Cram, their combined total heal is more than the total that RSG has. Almost twice as much.
Yeah, I agree. And I think when it comes to the total healing as well, I feel like in terms of micro, you talked about micro aspects of the game, right? Izanami is a very mechanically gifted mage player, and it's rare for him to see him getting out microed. And to be honest, I think Yums completely destroyed Izanami multiple times with his Guardian variant setups, and it made it very difficult for him to do his thing at all.
Yeah, you saw RSG and why they attempted to kill Stormy so many times and they failed. At one point, Stormy was so far ahead, even Lolia couldn't solo kill him, which at that point was already over. But I mean, this game, you can look at our Hall of Fame, Innocent, a rich guy, the carry, Venogo. Unfortunately, the sandbag and Yums, like I mentioned just now, is the best wingman we have.
Yeah, Yums is just an absolute monster, man. Like, wherever he goes, he makes waves. And in this case, I really like that Yums has been given an opportunity to expand his horizon. Especially, this is his first season outside of Toda. And he is doing well. And for him to get the best wingman, quote-unquote, MVP for this series, I'm happy for him. I'm really, really happy for him.
Even when they first announced Yums, I was very, very surprised but excited, right? Like you mentioned, it's the first time that he's played for a team that is not Toda. But I remember talking to SRG. He's gelling in very well, right? Yums is actually a more reserved player, but now he's the IGL. He's gelling well with the imports. The vibe is just great in SRG, and Yums clearly feels very, very comfortable. Look at the interview, right? He is so confident. He guarantees us that we will see this SRG in the Grand Finals. Grand Finals! We're only in week 3 and he's talking about the Grand Finals.
Hey, sometimes it's better to say younger, better, stronger, faster, right? In this case, you know, when you put a group of young prodigies together, everyone is going to make wonders. In this case, Yums is finally in his comfort prime. In this case, will it last long? Let's take a look and see here. But for now, again, it is only week 3. Hopefully, they will make the Grand Finals. But let's take a look at the highlights for now, right? Like, again, you can see, seems like a similar strategy from game number 1. Selangor Red Giants has put their foot onto just making sure that Vinogo is starved of resources every single time. And there were a couple of off macro plays where I think Cram was able to steal a lot of neutral objectives on the bottom side. But again, they're just making sure that this jungler doesn't get resources.
Yeah, and I think a part of this also could you can kind of boil it down to RG and why they want to deny SRG of certain picks, right? We saw the Harif. The Edith second pick, I think, was kind of also limited what RCNY could do. Remember their first draft, it's Barat, it's Farmis, Barat, and then Edith. And if you're SRG, you're looking at the draft and you're like, wow, they picked Edith so early on, I can just pick a Grok, right? This is I think SRG just completely understands how RSG thinks and how to play around the draft that they have.
Now, with that being said here, the score lines up as Selangor Red Giants will still maintain the top of the line here with an undefeated record. Never lost a game.
Yeah, even you look at the aggregate points, they have not lost a single match. Forget about losing series, they have not lost a single match, a single game. They're 8-0.
They're just messing around. Like they're just smurfing on everyone right now. And it's crazy.
They play 4 out of 9 best of 3s and they have ended all of them in 2-0.
Yeah, just based on this, I can't wait to see whether or not how Selangor Red Giants is going to face off against King Empire in this situation, right? Of course, we are going to be looking at the Giants. We have to have the Kings and the Giants go up against each other. That's something that I'm excited to look for. However, for HMY, even with this loss, they will still maintain our 4th place. So they are still in a very healthy position for the next upcoming weeks. But again, if they want to grind for the top 2, in this case, second life for playoffs, gonna be a little bit too far off. Don't you think so?
I think it's going to be a challenge. I mean, RGNY, most of the games ended in they had to play a full best of 3. So if we go down tiebreaker, then aggregate points, that's a whole another story.
Let's talk a little bit about this, right? Mathematically, it's not impossible. So they need 5 points to tie with 10 points. Sorry, they need 7 points to go to the top spot, right? So they need to have 2 zeros, 2 zeros, 2 zeros, 2 zeros to kind of overtake SRG.
That is assuming SRG loses every single game.
Yeah.
Which is, you know, at this point, let's not kid ourselves.
So if top 2, still possible, but that is also assuming if King Empire loses every single game.
Which is, they have lost games but not series, right? So I think end of the day, these 2 teams are the most solid teams we have, undefeated in terms of series. RCNY, they're not in a rough spot, but there's definitely certain things that need to be adjusted.
Oof. This is going to be a tough one here. But of course, I hope you guys enjoyed the first series here to start it off after the Raya break. We gave you an intense match, a very, very high-level macro game coming from SRG, smurfing on RSG. But of course, this next upcoming match, we have a little bit of a interesting one. It is going to be the battle of the jerseys. In this case, Barracuda Esports is going to be going up against Niners. This is something that I'm curious to see.
I am very curious as well, especially
because we have the 2 best jerseys team playing up next.
The 2 best jerseys teams, but unfortunately, not that pretty on the standings, and one of them is going to remain 0 at the end of this, which is a harsh truth, right? But I think they need to find a way to bounce back. You know, Barracuda had their struggles, Niners as well, brought in Moon Barbosa, didn't work out. Now they brought in Zaze, the first and only player from MAL to be promoted to MPL.
Why? Are you that kid that spoils people?
No, I don't. I mean,
I haven't watched the movie and you're spoiling me. Why wouldn't you do that?
People with eyes, they can see. But I'm excited for Max's return.
Oh.
They announced it. Come on, they announced it.
Come on. You gotta keep it suspenseful, bro.
I'm very sorry. I forget people over the 30s don't have social media.
Whoa. No, I just don't like spoilers. Like, I just want to enjoy and like, oh, when the screen comes up, oh, I like
this. You can't spoil it when you've seen it.
True, fair enough. Yeah, I hate
It's still exciting though. It's still exciting.
Okay, like I know about it, but at the same time, come on, you're spawning for the viewers, man. Like the people who do not
You
know.
didn't hear it from me, right? Max isn't back. Moon and Barbo
Yeah,
still remain.
Max is not playing. Yeah,
Definitely not yet.
Definitely, yeah. We're making it worse. We're making it worse. But of course, we are going to be taking a little bit of a break here. But I hope you guys enjoy this mic check as we take a look at what happened previously, and we are going to be going on this break. See you guys in a very, very short while. Bye-bye.
Mid have wave. Careful, Joy. Back kami. I don't have ulti yet, Ben. Nice knock up. Roger free it. I'm dead. Can you clean up? Nice. No vengeance, I think. I don't have ulti yet.
I'm dead.
Joy. Nice one. Fuck. So nice.
Nice one, guys. Only two of them.
Clear waves. Fast game. Bot. Take bot. Ben will flow, ah.
Okay.
Ready, guys.
Go, boleh.
Want to go?
Already.
Ready.
Ako back.
Hey, Roger. Go cram. Aku ramal.
Ay. Slam.
Go cram. Where you want to go, baby?
Ay, tang.
Hey, boleh dah. Cram, come here. Nice one, cram.
Done?
Down.
Already ulti.
Cici already ulti.
I will protect you from his second skill. Okay. Tapi raga guys.
Watch me, Choa. Can, Zed. I in front you, Zed. Already first skill, Zed. Already second skill, Zed. Oh, sarap, Zed.
Sarap.
5 seconds. Chill, guys. Head top.
Okay, go top.
Take top. I can ulti on Harit, ah. Yeah.
Okay. Ulit to, ah.
Harit, simi. Up. No, I will not die. Can guys. Guys. Chill lah, minion, ah.
Come on.
Minion hero first.
Tawa,
guys. Tawa. Nice one.
Pelbagai kejayaan dapat dikecapi, sejarah baru telah tercipta. Namun, setakat itu sahajakah kemampuan kita? Setiap kali ke pentas dunia, pasti kecewa. Sampai bila kita nak kalah? Ditundukkan serendah-rendahnya. Sampai bila kita nak dihina? Tiap musim harapan peminat gugur. Sampai bila nak kalah? Sampai bila nak kecewa? Setiap rakyat pasti akan melaungkan semangat, ingin mempertahankan rumah mereka. Jika patah sayap Raja Wali, bertongkat jua kita kemari. Tahun ini pastinya kemenangan semakin dicita demi menjulang nama Malaysia di pesada dunia. Di mana bumi dipijak, disitulah langit dijunjung. Stadium MBSJ Serdang Jaya secara rasminya menjadi rumah MPL MY pada tahun ini. Seterusnya, melangkah ke arena besar di Timur Tengah, di Riyadh, Arab Saudi. Juara kita bangkit menghadapi cabaran, bersedia mencipta sejarah. Utara, Timur, barat dan selatan. Kita semua MPL MY Playoff musim ke-14 akan berhijrah ke Johor, mendekatkan lagi silaturahim MPL MY bersama. Hasrat kita semua bersatu dan bangkit dengan satu tujuan yang sama. Naikkan martabat negara, kecari juara dunia, kemuncaknya di M6. Pastikan kemenangan dan kebanggaan dikecap di rumah kita.
Dalam keadaan yang sangat-sangat mudah.
Selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-13, di mana yang terbaik akan berentap dalam pertempuran sengit dan penuh strategi. Seperti pada musim yang lepas, 10 pasukan profesional akan bersaing selama 6 minggu dalam arena yang penuh aksi di regular season. Namun, bermula pada musim ini, cuma 6 pasukan akan layak ke play-off dan pasukan di tempat ke-7 dan ke-8 hanya dapat stay untuk musim seterusnya. Top buat mereka pada musim ini. Slot musim ke-14 mereka akan diganti oleh tempat pertama MAL Conference Group. Mereka akan di-reset dan harus merebut kembali peluang melalui MAL musim kedua. Dan apa itu MPL? Mobile Legends Bang Bang Academy League adalah liga amatur di mana terlahirnya bintang-bintang baharu. 15 pasukan akan bersaing untuk meraih kejuaraan dan 2 pasukan MPL Conference Group teratas akan berpeluang merebut slot ke MPL Malaysia musim seterusnya. Okey, kembali ke MPL. Pasukan MPL Malaysia tempat ke-9 akan berentap dengan pasukan tempat kedua dari MAL Conference Group dalam pusingan MPL Malaysia Challenger Stage bersama format Best of 5 semasa Grand Final MAL musim yang pertama, di mana pemenang akan menentukan slot terakhir MPL Malaysia musim ke-14. 6 pasukan yang layak ke play-off akan berentap untuk meneruskan jalan ke Grand Final MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 dan merebut peluang untuk ke MSC 2024. Jadi, bersiap sedia. Persiapkan strategi anda. Bersedia untuk aksi profesional di pentas MPL Malaysia musim ke-13.
Tidak berjaya untuk memegang kawasan ini dengan baik.
Venogo diutamakan. Retribution Jaya dan juga Yum mendapatkan lot tersebut. Loyal akan dijatuhkan. Grab nak lari mana?
Ia terlalu besar.
Dasom cuba untuk melakukan sesuatu, namun Sky sebenarnya pada macam besar berundur terlebih dahulu, tapi Sky setelah dijatuhkan. Venogo juga dalam pada masa sama berjaya untuk dikorbankan.
Innocent
dan Zanami tarik dan letak.
Untuk mengetahui info lanjut mengenai prestasi pemain dan jadi sebahagian daripada MPL Malaysia, layari laman rasmi Liga E-Sukan nombor 1 Malaysia untuk dapatkan maklumat terkini dan lengkap. Layari laman rasmi MPL Malaysia sekarang. Ayo kita bersama menaikkan mutu MLBB di Malaysia. Jangan terlepas kemas kini Liga Academy rasmi MLBB Malaysia, MAL Malaysia. Ikuti semua platform rasmi kami. Ayo sokong MAL Malaysia. Ikuti semua platform rasmi. Semua peminat dan penyokong dijemput ke arena MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 di Serdang. Anda berpeluang berjumpa dengan pemain kegemaran anda, kumpul tanda tangan eksklusif dan sertai kempen Fan of the Season.
Interested in knowing more about player performance and be a part of MPL Malaysia? Visit the website of MPL Malaysia's #1 esports league for the latest news and league updates. Don't miss out on updates from the official MLBB Malaysia Academy League, MAL Malaysia. Follow all our official platforms. All fans are invited to the MPL Malaysia Season 13 Arena in Serdang. You will get a chance to meet your favorite players, get exclusive autographs, and join the Fan of the Season campaign.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star?
Hey, hey, hey. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini ke
Pelbagai kejayaan dapat dikecapi. Sejarah baru telah tercipta. Namun, setakat itu sahajakah kemampuan kita? Setiap kali ke pentas dunia, pasti kecewa. Sampai bila kita nak kalah? Ditundukkan serendah-rendahnya. Sampai bila kita nak dihina? Tiap musim harapan peminat gugur. Sampai bila nak kalah? Sampai bila nak kecewa? Setiap rakyat pasti akan melaungkan semangat, ingin mempertahankan rumah mereka. Jika patah sayap Raja Wali, bertongkat jua kita kemari. Tahun ini pastinya kemenangan semakin dicita demi menjulang nama Malaysia di pesada dunia. Di mana bumi dipijak, disitulah langit dijunjung. Stadium MBSJ Serdang Jaya secara rasminya menjadi rumah MPL MY pada tahun ini. Seterusnya, melangkah ke arena besar di Timur Tengah, di Riyadh, Arab Saudi. Juara kita bangkit menghadapi cabaran, bersedia mencipta sejarah. Utara, Timur, Barat dan Selatan, kita semua MPL MY Playoff musim ke-14 akan berhijrah ke Johor, mendekatkan lagi silaturahim MPL MY bersama. Hasrat kita semua bersatu dan bangkit dengan satu tujuan yang sama. Naikkan martabat negara, kecari juara dunia, kemuncaknya di M6. Pastikan kemenangan dan kebanggaan dikecap di rumah kita. Untuk melakukan serangan yang sebenar, tarik nafas yang panjang kerana triple magic kuda
2-1 dalam keadaan yang sangat-sangat mudah.
Selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-13, di mana yang terbaik akan berentap dalam pertempuran sengit dan penuh strategi. Seperti pada musim yang lepas, 10 pasukan profesional akan bersaing selama 6 minggu dalam arena yang penuh aksi di regular season. Namun, bermula pada musim ini, cuma 6 pasukan akan layak ke play-off dan pasukan di tempat ke-7 dan ke-8 hanya dapat stay untuk musim seterusnya. Tapi sayang sekali, tiada slot ke play-off buat mereka pada musim ini. Bagi pasukan di tempat ke-10, slot musim ke-14 mereka akan diganti oleh tempat pertama MAL Conference Group. Mereka akan di-reset dan harus merebut kembali peluang melalui MAL musim kedua. Dan apa itu MAL? Mobile Legends Bang Bang Academy League adalah liga amatur di mana terlahirnya bintang-bintang baharu. 15 pasukan akan bersaing untuk meraih kejuaraan dan 2 pasukan MPL Conference Group teratas akan berpeluang merebut slot ke MPL Malaysia musim seterusnya. Okey, kembali ke MPL. Pasukan MPL Malaysia tempat ke-9 akan berentap dengan pasukan tempat kedua dari MAL Conference Group dalam pusingan MPL Malaysia Challenger Stage bersama format Best of 5 semasa Grand Final MAL musim yang pertama, di mana pemenang akan menentukan slot terakhir MPL Malaysia musim ke-14. 6 pasukan yang layak ke play-off akan berentap untuk meneruskan jalan ke Grand Final MPL Malaysia
musim ke-13 dan merebut peluang untuk ke MSC 2024. Jadi, bersiap sedia, persiapkan strategi anda, bersedia untuk aksi profesional di pentas MPL Malaysia musim ke-13.
Pun tidak berjaya untuk memegang kawasan ini dengan baik. Venogo!
Venogo diutamakan! Retribution Jaya dan juga Yum mendapatkan lot tersebut. Loyal akan dijatuhkan. Grab! Nak lari mana?
Dia terlalu besar.
Dastom cuba untuk melakukan sesuatu. Namun Sky sebenarnya pada yang besar berundur terlebih dahulu dari Sky setelah dijatuhkan. Venogo juga dalam pada masa yang sama berjaya untuk dikorbankan.
Innocent.
Dan Zanami dari tablet.
Berminat untuk mengetahui info lanjut mengenai prestasi pemain dan jadi sebahagian daripada MPL Malaysia? Layari laman rasmi Liga E-Sukan nombor 1 Malaysia untuk dapatkan maklumat terkini dan lengkap. Layari laman rasmi MPL Malaysia sekarang. Ayo kita bersama menaikkan mutu MLBB di Malaysia. Jangan terlepas kemas kini Liga Academy rasmi MLBB Malaysia, MAL Malaysia. Ikuti semua platform rasmi kami. Ayo sokong MAL Malaysia musim pertama. Ikuti semua platform rasmi. Semua peminat dan penyokong dijemput ke arena MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 di Serdang. Anda berpeluang berjumpa dengan pemain kegemaran anda, kumpul tanda tangan eksklusif dan sertai kempen Fan of the Season.
Interested in knowing more about player performance and be a part of MPL Malaysia? Visit the website of MPL Malaysia's #1 esports league for the latest news and league updates. Don't miss out on updates from the official MLBB Malaysia Academy League, MAL Malaysia. Follow all our official platforms. All fans are invited to the MPL Malaysia Season 13 Arena in Serdang. You will get a chance to meet your favorite players, get exclusive autographs, and join the Fan of the Season campaign.
Versus satu sekali Kenjut Duim dan Albert di sana. Ternyata harus hilang.
Avalanche fight as Lone gets instantly shot down by the Blazing Duet as well as the Electo final blow. This is going to be easy cleanup for Todak as most of the...
Apat yun, pero nasipa din siya yung ninakaw na sipa. Buhay pa rin ang 41! Backline already, and they're running for the lives, gunning it. David trying to drag the members of RG right underneath the turret. It's not enough though. Gray coming all the way in, he cleans it all the way up. Just nowhere for him to run. Just...
Kita kata ada satu buah reward di Malaysia membuat pergerakan dari Liga terlalu benar-benar slow. Rafanya sudah tumbang.
Pressure, harapan, skill, dah ready. Kalah dihentak. Dituntut semua untuk peminat.
Spotlight melambangkan satu sosok tumpuan.
Meneruskan dinasti mereka 3 kali juara MPL Malaysia.
Tumpuan untuk melakukan yang terbaik. Tumpuan untuk menjadi seorang role model.
Penantian, pelaburan, pengorbanan, semuanya.
Sorotan itu penting. Ia membuatkan kita percaya.
The supporters will witness our fights and our struggles.
Memikul harapan untuk mempertahankan kemenangan.
Menjadi cabaran terbesar untuk mencapai matlamat kami.
Pastikan kemenangan dan kebanggaan dikecap di rumah kita.
Harapan masih terpahat di hati.
Untuk menjadi juara.
Meneruskan legasi kami.
Di bawah cahaya, semuanya menjadi lebih jelas.
Underdog, kuda hitam? No, kami adalah Monster Vicious.
Cahaya impian telah menerangi pentas ini.
Kejayaan bukan lagi dongeng.
Not just a dream.
Ia arti harapan yang sebenar.
Mungkin ada yang sangka bahawa harapan ini akan hilang.
Tapi bukan kami.
Ini harapan kami. Ini semangat kami. Bersama kami mencapai satu tujuan.
Mencari sinar yang paling terang.
Nikmati jago 5G untuk gaming sepantas kilat dengan Hotlink Prepaid 5G. Internet 5G tanpa had dengan kelajuan 5G tanpa batas untuk layan gaming tanpa gangguan. Nikmati latensi rangkaian 5G terunggul dan gameplay termantap sepanjang malam. Semuanya hanya RM32 sebulan dengan 20% cashback. Dapatkan sekarang.
This fairy tale ended with the poisoned apple, and my tale began. A princess in a tower is just a bird in a cage. Curse it! Take my vengeance! Protect your queen! Kneel before your queen. It won't take long, I promise.
Confirm mantap, confirm lah Nescafe.
반가운가요?
Hey, come on. Okay. Power Gazer.
Mid have wave. Careful Joy, back kami. I don't have ulti yet, Ben. Nice knock up. Roger free it. I'm dead. Can you clean up? Nice. No vengeance, I think. I don't have ulti yet. I'm dead. Joy. Nice one. Fuck. So nice.
Nice one, guys. Only two of them.
Clear waves. Fast clear. Bot. Take bot.
Ben will flow
Okay.
Ready guys?
Go. Boleh. Want to go?
Ready.
Take. Ako back. Hey, Roger. Go cram. Aku ramal. Ay. Slam. Go cram. Where you want to go, baby? Ay, tang. Eh, boleh dah. Cram, come here. Nice one, cram.
Dah?
Down. Cici already ulti. I will protect you from his second skill.
Okay. Tetapi raga guys.
Watch me, Choa. Can, Sen. I in front you, Sen. Already first skill, Sen. Already second skill, Sen. Oh, sarap, Sen.
Sarap.
5 seconds, chill guys, head top.
Okay, go top.
Take top. I can ulti on Harit, ah. Yeah.
Okay. Ulit to
Harit, see me. Up. No, I will not die. Can end, guys. Okay. Chill lah, minion, ah.
Komen. Minion hero first. Tahu,
guys.
Tahu. Nice one.
Kejayaan dapat dikecapi, sejarah baru telah tercipta. Namun, setakat itu sahajakah kemampuan kita? Setiap kali ke pentas dunia, pasti kecewa. Sampai bila kita nak kalah? Ditundukkan serendah-rendahnya. Sampai bila kita nak dihina? Tiap musim harapan peminat gugur. Sampai bila nak kalah? Sampai bila nak kecewa? Setiap rakyat pasti akan melaungkan semangat, ingin mempertahankan rumah mereka. Jika patah sayap Raja Wali, bertongkat jua kita kemari. Tahun ini pastinya kemenangan semakin dicita demi menjulang nama Malaysia di pesada dunia. Di mana bumi dipijak, disitulah langit dijunjung. Stadium MBSJ Serdang Jaya secara rasminya menjadi rumah MPL MY pada tahun ini. Seterusnya, melangkah ke arena besar di Timur Tengah, di Riyadh, Arab Saudi. Juara kita bangkit menghadapi cabaran, bersedia mencipta sejarah. Utara, Timur, Barat dan Selatan, kita semua MPL MY Playoff musim ke-14 akan berhijrah ke Johor, mendekatkan lagi silaturahim MPL MY bersama. Hasrat kita semua bersatu dan bangkit dengan satu tujuan yang sama. Naikkan martabat negara, kecari juara dunia, kemuncaknya di M6. Pastikan kemenangan dan kebanggaan dikecap di rumah kita. Untuk melakukan serangan yang sebenar, tarik nafas yang panjang kerana terima magic kuda 2-1 dalam keadaan yang sangat-sangat mudah.
Selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 di mana yang terbaik akan berentak dalam pertempuran sengit dan penuh strategi. Seperti pada musim yang lepas, 10 pasukan profesional akan bersaing selama 6 minggu dalam arena yang penuh aksi di regular season. Namun, bermula pada musim ini, cuma 6 pasukan akan layak ke play-off dan pasukan di tempat ke-7 dan ke-8 hanya dapat stay untuk musim seterusnya. Tapi sayang sekali, tiada slot ke play-off buat mereka pada musim ini. Bagi pasukan di tempat ke-10, slot musim ke-14 mereka akan diganti oleh tempat pertama MAL Conference Group. Mereka akan di-reset dan harus merebut kembali peluang melalui MAL musim kedua. Dan apa itu MAL? Mobile Legends Bang Bang Academy League adalah liga amatur di mana terlahirnya bintang-bintang baharu. 15 pasukan akan bersaing untuk meraih kejuaraan dan 2 pasukan MPL Conference Group teratas akan berpeluang.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Get on my way, aku nak push. Naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
semua orang rockstar. I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar.
MPL Malaysia Season 13 is powered by Moontalk. Enjoy a superior 5G network and lightning-fast gaming experience only with our official mobile internet hotlink. A big shout out to ROG Phone 8, the official gaming phone, for keeping our players at the top of their game. Grind on with Nescafe to keep your gaming spirit going. Thank you to all of our sponsors and partners for your support in MPL Malaysia Season 13.
Selamat kembali ke Riang Raya MPL Malaysia musim ke-13. Nama saya Rose, host anda sepanjang musim ini, dan sekarang kita sudah berada di match terakhir hari ini. Manakala kita akan saksikan perlawanan Barracuda yang akan menentang Niners. Now, untuk semua orang yang tak tahu lagi, dua-dua pasukan ni masih lagi tengah cari kemenangan 2-0 ataupun 3 mata penuh dorang. Dan kedua-dua tim kena buat changes yang penting to secure at least playoffs kita untuk musim ini. Now, dengar cerita actually ataupun nampak dah that the Niners ada ambil player baru masa transfer window kita, and he is quite famous. Dia pernah main dekat MPL Malaysia juga sebelum ni. So, hopefully this will change things up for pasukan Niners. Alright, nampaknya ramai orang dah ready untuk start match terakhir kita hari ini. So, I think we are ready. Alright, and with that, marilah kita jemput kedua-dua pasukan ke atas pentas MPL Malaysia, Barracudas dan juga Niners.
Barracuda Esports.
Still searching for path to victory, Barracuda has made coaching changes to showcase the strategies and play style. Give it up for Barracuda Esports! Another team with changes in their lineup, with the addition of Max and Zay to further strengthen the team. Can these two players bring home 3 full points today? Let's cheer for the Riders, Niners!
Sekarang marilah kita menjemput jurulatih dan analis bersama Head of League of Cedric yang akan mengalas tugas untuk memastikan perlawanan sentiasa berjalan dengan adil dan lancar. Mari kita teruskan dengan bersalaman di antara pasukan sebagai tanda profesionalism. Inilah gaya kita. Inilah semangat kesukanan kita. Kawan di luar gelanggang, lawan di Land of Dawn. Alright. Match terakhir untuk minggu ketiga hari pertama is about to start. Tapi untuk semua orang yang tengah tengok dekat rumah, mestilah kita ada hadiah untuk korang juga. So untuk semua orang yang tengah tengok dekat rumah, you guys can join the fight now by using the code down below. And with that, nampaknya semua orang dah bersedia untuk last match hari ini. So, seems this is your moment. Game on.
Welcome back to MPL MY Season 13 here. My name is ICBB12 and he is Husky as we take you through the English commentary here for the final match for today. And guess what? It is still the Raya festivities here. It is still kind of the holidays. Not gonna lie, the experience here in MPSJ is a little bit different. If you come down here, you get a very, very different viewing experience from compared to whoever is watching online.
Yes, it's been fantastic, electric even. Very eventful out there. There were food trucks if you like to get a bite in the middle of the matches. I actually went to one of the food trucks. The drink was great, only 5 ringgit per cup, and fills me up for at least one full best of 3. We have dances, we have performances, we have so many things happening. So if you guys can drop by, do come.
Yep, at the same time as well, there is also a lot of things to talk about because now let's talk a little bit more on the celebrations of Raya, right? Like I have a little bit of experience with some of my friends as well.
Okay.
When we talk about Raya, it's all about forgiveness. In this case, let's talk about what's happening. What was the worst thing that happened to you in MLBB that you are willing to forgive?
Okay, I gave this a lot of thought, right?
Okay.
I usually am not someone who forgives easily, especially when they lose me games. But I'm willing to forgive the people that when I join a ranked game, I say I want to go mid, and then they steal my role. They first pick heroes like Vale or Odette and Kadita, and then they win the game for me. Those I'm willing to forgive. Thank you for giving me my stars in rank.
Wow, what about the ones that don't win the games?
You don't get forgiveness. It's simple.
No,
Hey.
it's all about forgiveness. We gotta forgive
I forgive
everyone.
the people who benefit.
Okay, okay, fair enough. I'll take it. You know, I am willing to forgive people who pick Layla and Hanabi first pick in ranked games. Even though I don't like it, not a big fan of it, I'm willing to forgive them because why? Most importantly, it's all about having fun and playing games. So thank you guys so much. We forgive you all. That is just our personal experience so far on the caster's desk. But now let's talk a little bit more. That's something that can benefit you guys, and that is going to be the ROG. Can dominate with spectacular gameplay. We are the ROG Phone 8, the king of performances, your ultimate gaming phone. And of course, a big shout out to ROG Phone 8, the official gaming phone, for keeping our pros at top of their game. First season ever, we've used a different device, and this time we're bringing the ROG Phone 8. Guess what? Every week, every games are so close, it's so unpredictable.
Yeah,
Thank you so much, ROG.
I actually did a survey, right? I PM a lot of those players that won me games, and I'm like, yo man, you stole my role, but how did you win the game? And they're like, because we're using the ROG Phone 8. And I was like, that's why. Good device, good performance, good mechanics, and that's how you win games.
Agreed. You know, considering how Riang Raya we are as well, there's so many things come. If you come here, it's definitely a different viewing experience. But now, let's talk a little bit more on the lineups, the teams that you guys are here to watch out for. Starting things off, we have Barracuda, we have AJ, Hesu, Trap, Amal, and Eve back into the roster.
One of the few teams that is kind of affected by the transfer, right? The transfer window. So good to see Evie back. You know, AJ, kind of the in-game leader, having to really command the team. We caught a glimpse of what BRD could do in week number 2, but unfortunately they were not able to secure a win at that point. I think they ended the series 1-2. But when you look at the player stats overall, I think right now what Barracuda needs is a more rigid support system in the game. We've seen them have very, very good performances individually, but now they gotta play together as a team.
You know, it's interesting enough because in my recollection, Eve is a XP laner, but that's weird. Okay, never mind. Let's talk about their opponents right now because Niners is going to be their opponents here. Starting things off with Moonji, Zafs, Yetri, Zay, as well as Max. Yes! Spoiler alert, now officially announced, Max is back with the Niners.
Oh my goodness, I didn't know Max is gonna be back in Niners. What a surprise. But Zay is also...
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate the sarcasm, Husky.
There it is, that first appearance, right? Zay is also the first and only MAL player thus far to be promoted from the Academy team of Niners, which is called JP Niners, from MAL to MPL. So big appearance for him, big stage to play on, and of course we've seen Max play. Now he's in the jungle again. But there's this one thing I want to quickly point out, which is the IGL role. Previously it was Moonji, and now it's on Zay. On his first appearance, this is going to be a lot of responsibility.
Well, I've heard a lot of rumors that there has been a little bit of internal conflicts for Niners in terms of their play styles and comfort picks here between Moon's usual playstyle when he was with Todak, as well as Niners' usual playstyle of the Ube strategy. So I guess this is going to be something that I'm curious, how are they going to be playing this year for Niners? But of course, again, we're talking about teams. Both of these teams, check out their jerseys, amazing. But at the same time, here is a little bit of insider here. Eve has switched to a role position? Really?
Wait, well, guess they shouldn't.
Wait.
Yeah, Hesu is the XP laner, right? So Eve is the...
Wait, I do remember Eve being an XP laner, and he's really, really good at it. So I'm very surprised why they swapped it off. But now, let's see. Why Eve switched the role? Because previously, his team had a little bit of issues with roam, so they gave him the opportunity to try role position, and this is going to be their first time trying to do it. And that's why they, you know, when his first try, the results was good. That's why he continued to play roam. My God, translating this game is really hard.
I mean, WhatsApp was bugging out just now, so
I know, right?
Glad we got that back up. But yeah, it's exciting to see Eevee in the roaming role. I agree, fantastic XP laner, but you already at Hesu, right? And I think in this case for Barracuda, I'm happy that they're letting Eevee be in the roam role, but he has big shoes to fill. When we saw Barracuda back in week number 1, they had Grace, right? And I think Grace was a fantastic roamer, but they decided to make that change, and now Eevee has to fill in the gaps.
That's interesting considering the fact that this is going to be for his first appearance as a roamer, right? Officially in MPL. Since we've seen him back in days, his Benedetta was a force to be reckoned with. But I'm more curious on how Zay, a newly appointed player from the MAL, has now taken the role as the in-game leader for Niners. What's that story?
It's a lot of responsibility. I think back in MAL, right, Zay's performance actually was pretty solid. He's not the flashiest player, but he's very reliable and very stable. And now you are taking on an extra responsibility on top of that in Niners, and you're trying to break that lose streak against Barracuda. And as an IGL, you're commanding a bunch of veterans, where some of them have been on the world stage even, which is Munji. So it's not going to be easy.
It's interesting, right? Considering that Max is also part of a little bit of discussion previously when he was Team Secret, but that is when he was playing on the mage role. But now he's back to his original role in the jungler. I feel like Niner is a force to be reckoned with here. This feels a little bit very rushed, but considering that we had a Raya break, this is going to be something that is very, very doable. But here's a fun fact for Zay. Zay or Zayla Lina is the first ever MAL player to be promoted to his MPL main roster. Will there be more from MAL? So it's not really a fun fact if Husky spills it all the time, but yes, this is a good reminder.
I've been following MAL for like since week 1, so
the Chinese, the Mandarin broadcaster, Husky.
So, I mean, we do have players who are moved to MAL, but that's a different story, right? We gotta look at the bans first. Fredrin first pick for BRD. This is a very, very common pick. If not Fanny for AMAL, it's most likely get Fredrin. I like this though, the Ruby and the Roger. Now, Ruby is a pick that BRD actually likes a lot in the roam role, but that was when Grace was around, right? Maybe in this case, they have different priorities, but to see Niner pick it up for Zay, this is interesting because statistically, Zay, more towards enchanted supports, perhaps this Ruby can still be flexed by entry into the XP role.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Considering that it's pretty clear-cut what Niner has been accustomed to, because in their previous record, they have been playing a lot of this Ube strategy with Mali. So I wouldn't be surprised that this is going to be their way to go. But let's talk a little bit more on a little bit of fun fact from Barracuda. Among the gold laners, Trap sits at number 3 for average GPM, followed by Zavs at number 4 thus far. So what are your thoughts on this?
It's a bit surprising because I would put Zavs, I think, in the top, well, I put him in top 4, but in terms of GPM, I would expect Zavs to be ahead of Trap. But just looking at Zavs in the recent performances, I think he also has been struggling with the current meta. You know, he's been really relying on his team to cover for him, but that's not the state of the meta right now. You cannot just rely on the protect the king meta, and I think Zavs, because of that, has been losing a lot of that momentum in that late game. They just were not able to keep it together. But I like the fact that this Nolan is going through to the side of Niners. It allows them to play a bit faster.
Hey,
and
this is Max we're talking about, right?
I mean, it's Max.
This is Max. This is a complete different Niners that we are seeing right now. I can guarantee that Max's jungle hero pool is much bigger than what we think he is. And he's already proven himself even when his debut with Team Secret. Technically, they've lost a lot of games, we know. And they finally broke one game. But again, Max was in a situation where, think about this, it was a very difficult time to play during the previous season. So I want to see whether or not he is able to bounce back this time. But I'm more concerned on Barracuda because right now the jungler, also known as Amal, who's been given the title of Mr. Wrong Team.
I think to a certain extent I can agree with that. Amal as a player throughout the seasons, across multiple teams has had, you know, solid performances, right? Obviously, he's not the best, right? We can admit that he's not the best player, but he's been able to put up numbers. He's been able to back his team up. The problem is that Barracuda and the teams that he was previously never really backed him up. He never felt that way. So Amal feels like he's left on an island. We even saw it with Barracuda. When Amal was on Fanny, no one was helping him to protect the jungle. No one was giving him space to really shine as a Fanny player. I hope that changes, and perhaps with this team comp, Florian, Fireman's, Fredrin, it's all about team fight. It's all about staying together as a squad. Maybe that's what's gonna help Amal, you know, in that team environment.
So the way I'm hearing and interpreting what you're saying that Niner is going to be like a little bit more Ube, but Barracuda has been used to playing a little bit more scatter, right? Speedy scatter kind of play style. That's what I'm hearing. But again, like you said, it's all based on the drafts. It seems like they are going to try and clump up a little bit more. We have Barracuda with the Florian trying to set things up for Amal. We've got the Fire Mist as well to actually kind of set things up for Amal from not dying if they are able to, you know, kind of brick wall Niners into this. But it feels like an impossible wall to break through. But because of the fact that I do see this Nolan pickup from Niners, it's not really a big brick wall. Like, you talked about this in previous draft.
Yeah.
If you have tanky compositions, great. You know, Nolan is not going to be able to burst him down, but still, technically, Nolan can still cut the back lines very easily.
I'm surprised they picked Terizla instead of X-Brock. I think X-Brock solved two problems, right? You pick X-Brock, then the enemy can't consider Terizla. But I guess for Barracuda, we're going to see the Arlott this time. Arlott and the Claw, so it's an Arlott XP.
I don't know about this, but
protect the Claude.
Claude is 0% win rate, and Arlott was technically almost 0% win rate.
Yep.
Until somebody broke it. One win so far. But still, 2 of the lowest win rate heroes in the hands of Barracuda Esports. This smells... I don't want to jinx it,
it's
but...
not a disaster yet.
I don't want to jinx it, but it smells like something might be going wrong anytime soon.
And Claude into a Roger, so that means your early game, you are relying on this Florian. Thankfully, there's a Florian to keep you afloat, but aside from that, Roger is probably going to win that lane against you. Now, Niners, they're looking for that mid lane, and I think you can go... Yeah, I was thinking of either Vexana or Novaria. Vexana is completely fine. Extra crowd control, extra burst damage. Niners Draft has a lot more avenues, right? Barracuda is all about the Claude. Protect the Claude, let Claude carry the game. But for Niners, if Nolan doesn't get up to speed, we still have the Roger. We have multiple ways to play around this draft.
Yeah, I really like Niners draft a little bit more just because it has more room to work with in terms of sustainability and flexibility. But whereas Barracuda's side, it feels like, again, if Trap doesn't get his necessary farm, things are going to get very, very disastrous because where is the damage going to be coming from Barracuda Esports? But hopefully, again, this is going to be the battle of the jerseys. Who has the better jersey? A better jersey is going to be settled right here, right now, in the land of Dawn. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Barracuda versus Niners.
Gotta quickly put it out there first as we head into our first game, which is that gold lane matchup between Trap and Zaus. We say that Zaus has been struggling with the whole, oh, you gotta protect me and I'll carry the game. But on that Roger, that is not necessarily the case, right? Now you have to be a bit more independent in making these choices, whether you dive in as a werewolf or whether you fall back. This is gonna put Zaus to the test as well.
Basically, you know, Zaus might be in a situation where he needs to switch up his usual playstyle, right? Rather than being a little bit more passive, he needs to be a little bit more proactive. But now seeing how the ambulance is here, is that what I think it is? He's not going for a killing spree, he's not going for anything, but he's going for a little bit of a switch up here.
Wow, he actually has the weakness finder.
Why?
I suppose it helps you win the lane even harder, but I mean, Zaus is playing on a knife's edge for sure.
Okay. I'm curious to see how it is going to be pulled off right now, but now 1 minute to game, Max is already very quickly almost hitting his level 4. Same can be said for Emal, but again, Max is 1 step ahead of him because of how quickly he's rotated here. He went up top from the side of the Niners, but Barracuda seems like they are, like you said as well, going to be playing that Ube strategy. They're sending in the Florian and also the Faramis to kind of escort in case Trap gets into trouble. Nice double stun coming from eBay though, great game sense. But Niners looking for the fight. But seems like he will back off. But Emal, he's level 4 versus 3. No, seems like he's going to be stolen away. Emal forced to use the retribution. Both Max and Emal as well.
Yeah, I believe Emal got the camp, so a bit unfortunate for Max. And we also see Trap going for the Brace Might and Tenacity. So he understands that, okay, Zav is going to put on the pressure. I will play as safe as possible to get through the early to mid game without the help of my team.
Yeah, the timing's a little bit off here, but Zaf now, he's going to try and make an attempt on Trap. A good chip damage coming from Zaf so far, but the turtle will be spawned and both junglers will have their retribution timings up in a couple of seconds. So it's all about timings. Emal already making his work down to his half HP. Yetri nowhere to be found. AJ providing a little bit of cover here for the Nether Realm. Max finally shows himself. They are going to come out as well.
Wow.
Max still steals the turtle. The Nether Realm keeps them alive and Arla tries to shove them all in, but Niners, they still prevail. Yetri is going to back out, but Barracuda, they want to pull him back, and yes, they won't get the kill. Zay goes in to try and stop the tempo, but there's no follow-up coming from Max, and they will back out instead, losing Yetri's life and the...
Yeah. When you play against a Nolan, you have to always be aware that when the turtle spawns, the Nolan will first take his purple buff and then come to the turtle. So at that point, Max was a level ahead of Amao, which allowed him to steal the turtle easily.
Well, that's the thing, right? Like, it came down to a very, very chaotic moment where Max had to make a little bit of a smart decision. Focus on the turtle or commit to the fight. But in this case, he did not realize that he needs to back off right now because as of yet, great harassment. Zay was able to stop the tempo and Barracuda completely backed out. So this is interesting considering that I was expecting Barracuda to be a little bit more passive, but they are taking very, very strong initiations against Niners right now. And this is proving to be a lot harder for Max to actually jump onto the fights.
Especially when Max wants to one-shot someone and then you have the Florin to heal them up, right? I think Barracuda understands that they can be very, very strong if they just stick together as this trio. Farmers, Florin, Fredrin, no one is getting through the Fredrin, and you are constantly healing him up so Fredrin can tank forever.
It's really difficult. Like, the way I see things right now, like Zap is half HP, Trap is doing okay. It feels like if Barracuda is able to kind of stall the fights away from Trap, they're going to be A-okay. And now Trap going to be forcing Blazing Duet. What do we want to get Zap? He drops him down very, very low. But Max is here to show himself. But again, he doesn't care. He's just going to focus on his farm. 20 seconds left before his turtle. He's already making his way up top to try and contest this. And again, Niners not taking any initiation with this Roger at all. What's going on?
I think because of the emblems and the talent that that Trap has, so it's harder to kind of 1v1 him, and Trap just now clears the wave with the Blazing Duet overall. So this gold lane is already safe for the quad. The second turtle though is important.
Oh boy, what a jump coming from Zay as well. They pop the Nether Realm to try and stall this out, but Zay is taking a little bit too much damage. AJ will finish him off, and Niner, Max cannot do anything. Amao, he didn't even die. He's got the Appraiser's Wrath to stop Year 3. He's got the tankiness, but he's got completely left alone here for Niners. And Zay and Yetri will die for absolutely nothing. And Barracuda, oh my god, Munji, good game sense, but where's the damage? Once again, where's the damage?
The question that Niners will be asking for quite a while, there's just no damage. I think you need to wait for a Sea Halberd on Max to even have a chance. Barracuda is just eating up every single ability and walking out of it alive and getting kills in return.
I genuinely feel bad, right? Like, we are both casters. We kind of jinxed like, hey, Niners had a pretty decent draw, but I'm very surprised that I thought Barracuda did not have damage, but Niners just could not out-damage the healings and sustains that Barracuda is bringing to the table. You've got the Nether Realm, you've got the heals coming from Florin. It seems like they have to, you know, wait this out a little bit more, I guess.
You know, they say if you don't have enough damage, you just out-sustain them.
Yeah, in this case, let's see how it happens as well. Yetri gets a catch on EV, purifies out of there, completely with the mark, and the final slash. Ooh, that feels bad, but Max. Oh, nice.
That's the flick.
Okay, EV, he survived, barely a fraction. Max almost snipes him off, but he wants to focus on the turtle, but he's getting zoned out as well. But Yetri steals the turtle. Missed retry from both sides. They force the Nether Realm, and Niners looking to back up. Amao getting caught up, but bottom side, Zaps as well. Looking for a trade with Trap, but they will trade evenly. But that's all. The only thing that died here is going to be the turtle, and both teams will respectfully disengage.
I mean, Niners are happy with that. As long as we don't lose anyone and we still get the objective, that's good enough.
Yep,
Max's damage is stacking up as well.
Well, middle turret taking a significant amount of damage for Niners as well. Technically, economy-wise, Niners is leading, but siege turret-wise, it is going to be a big problem for Niners if the middle turret falls in a couple of more seconds, because as of yet, they have to focus on the mid lane now.
I think if you are Barracuda, you are looking to... I think you're attempting to accelerate this as much as possible. You know that you are strong with that trio, but the Niners don't have the damage to really go through you. But it seems like Barracuda, they're just letting Niners get the space. They're letting Max farm up. They're letting Zavs clear that wave. So Barracuda, they're not applying these pressures. If you're Niners, you're very, very happy with the state of the game.
Yeah.
Barracuda should be making moves.
Yeah, this is... I don't know, man. Like, it feels like Barracuda, they aren't making the right moves, right? Like, they've got the sustain, they're out-sustaining Niners. But it comes down to whether or not EV doesn't die, right? Like, EV has been clutching multiple times now. Like, Max has been struggling to get a freebie off him in about like the past 7 minutes, and so far it's funny to see how Max hasn't gotten a single kill on Nolan. But top side, Zay now getting taunted this way. They are going to try and wait for a jump. Jesus gets a couple stun. Banner Slash pulls him back right at the corner. Zay, no chance to react. Flicker was on down cooldown. Max tries to trade a middle turret. He's not happy that his middle turret is dropped down low. He is going to trade 50-50s, but they still lose a member. Topside Trap will trade off tier 1, and Niners still having a big economy lead, but losing turrets left, right, front, and center, and now potentially the third turtle as well.
That is what you need to do as Barracuda. Pressure a lane, take objectives, don't let Niners have all D space. No Eternal Guardian. The Barracuda now can continue to work on this turtle.
They have to force this right now. The Eternal Guardian is still up. They have to somehow force something. Yetri's got the flicker. Turtle down very, very low. Max looking for the burst. Can he get it? No, he misses it this time. He is going to back out, but guess what? The casualty is going to be Yetri. He tries to hold on. A big penalty zone! Catches them off. Locks them in place. He flickers out of there. He's going to get out. And Zaz, can he get out? No, he cannot. He tried to make a play. He makes it out to the turret.
Very nice.
What is this? But Max, he tries to go for the back lines. He finally gets his first kill at the expense of his own Niners. What the hell did I just watch?
The fact that Barracuda got the turtle means that they have completely resetted the state of the game. It's now an even game, and Barracuda clearly so much stronger than Niners in these team fight situations. Niners threw everything from the kitchen sink at BRD and still barely got a kill on the marksman at the cost of their own jungler, who, by the way, was the best performing player thus far on the team.
Interesting enough, if you're talking about damage dealing here, Moonji is just topping the charts at least double over Hesu, and even with that amount of damage, Barracuda is able to out-sustain that, and I guess that's a way to deal with the with the Vexana, I guess, like having a Netherrealm, having the heals from Florine, you're gonna be A-okay. In this case, Barracuda, they seem like a rock that Niners just can't break right now.
At the end of the day, Niners are playing with cooldowns, right? If you don't have your abilities and Barracuda is at full health,
oh no!
What can you do and miss penalty zone?
Well, what can you do? Not that. Unfortunately for Yetri,
it was a hard target anyways, you know, so kudos for trying, but yeah.
No, I guess he was trying to bang on a Purify, but Trap, he didn't have Purify at that time, so this is interesting, but Barra has to just respond. You know what? You've got no penalty zone. Guess what? I'm gonna use a final stash. 2. We make it fair. It's good sportsmanship, like.
I think they noticed that Niners want to pressure that bottom wave, so just clear it out, right?
Yep.
So the Niners can't get the wave.
Agreed.
The fact that Barracuda got the top and bottom tier 1 means that now they have expanded the map control a little bit. You make up for losing that mid tier 1 to Max very early on, and Barracuda, look at that, they're sticking together. They know they're strong.
Okay, Zay, gonna be the point of interest. Great final slash coming in, and again, no escape. Zaf is gonna be the first one to fall as Niners look completely lost on what they want to do, and Barracuda again with their Ube strategy. This time, it's working out fine for Barracuda. They completely out-Ube Niners. And now, Lord down half HP. It's up to Max to go in for the steal. And Hazel with the final slash! Catches on 2. It collapses on them. They're gone. Zay and Yetri, no reactions. Cannot do anything. Secures the Lord. Barracuda, they're back on form right now.
I mean, oh, Moonji, why? First of all, what the hell is Zaf in the front? That he needs an explanation. So either Ruby or Terizla, the only 2 members that can stand in front. Obviously, you have the final slash to worry about, but you don't have any other front line. The fact that Zaf got caught by Jesus' stun is unforgivable. It's really hard enough for Niners to contest Lord 5v5 against Barracuda's comp, but if you get caught out like that, this makes it 10 times harder. And I dare say, because of the chain of event, Barracuda have assumed total control of this entire game. They're going to start taking tier 2s, and Niners will find it even harder to fight Barracuda head on.
This is just rough. Like, this is just rough. Who would have thought that Caster Curse is strong in this one, and Max unable to pull off any sneaky plays here. And he's looking for Trap once again. And I think Trap has some sixth sense here to kind of guess where he is, but they still can't find him. Max all alone outside by himself. He's looking for the right plays, and here comes the final slash. They catch Zaf. He is going to be able to get out. The penalty zone kind of locked them in place, but they just don't have the damage. They get a freebie. Moonji gets taken out. It's going to be a 4v5 as Barracuda continuing their assault. But looks like they will respect it on the top side. They are playing the safe route here. They're waiting for the next wave of minions before they crash into the middle turret. Bottom turret, middle turret, relatively down.
It's going to go down soon. I mean, remember, Zaf took weakness finder to dominate lane, and he's getting punished.
Yeah, in this case, Yetri gets pulled back with the final slash. He will trade his life and it's gone. No response whatsoever, and Niners just doesn't know what to do right now.
Yeah, so quick fun fact, Arlo's ultimate final slash at this point of time is at least 20 seconds cooldown. Every single time you respawn, he can kill you again.
Oh boy.
Niners, I don't know how you're going to recover from this game.
Yeah.
You don't have damage. Look at Barracuda, they're full health.
I know, right? Like, the heals from Eevee is just a little bit too ridiculous right now. And you talked about the Halberd here. It is up on Max, but Max just cannot get into the fight at all.
No.
Dominance Ice is up on Zay, but what can they do at this stage? Because as of yet, they just don't have the damage. Zaf still struggling to find an opportunity to dive the back lines. And again, Niners still grouping up, but Barracuda says, you know what? I'm happy with all the 3 inhibitors for now.
I mean, you would be happy to have a 6.5k goalie at 13.5 minutes in, and you have a comp that you get to play the comp, right? We say that AMAL never really got a proper support system. This comp forces them to play together, and they're playing it so well. They're making sure that Niners fighters, they don't have damage. And at this point of time, Niners truly don't have any damage to do with Barracuda. What can you do to them? See Halberd? That's only on Max, but Max cannot be the one to go in.
I don't know. It's really difficult considering the fact that Niners are looking for individual scuffle fights. Like, think about this, right? You've got a Roger, you have a Nolan who's looking to execute one guy on the sidelines. But if they are grouped up all as 5, it's so hard to actually pick a fight because once Roger and Nolan gets chain stunned all this fight, they're done. There's no getting out of it.
The skirmish, I agree with the pick-off part. That should have been done 10 minutes ago.
6 minutes ago.
No,
yeah,
10
okay,
minutes
10
ago.
minutes. Fair enough, fair
10
enough.
minutes ago. The fact that every time they do it and they didn't have the damage, right? Because Barracuda, they kept being able to heal up and out-sustain Niners in these skirmish. That is already a red flag. And Niners, they didn't really get to do much to correct that, so now it has spiraled out of control. All inhibitors down, second Lord in Barracuda. The game is going to end, I think, in the next push. Niners, you got to think about the next game. This draft was meant to play fast, and you didn't get to utilize it in any single way.
Yeah, in this case, you know, we get a little bit of taste of the new Ruby skin. It's pretty nice. I like it. Aspirant skin. But speaking of skins, is skin gonna do him any good right now? Because with the Lord crashing in, the mini Lords are gonna be fighting against each other. Who's gonna be the stronger Lord? Because the Lord pounding on the crystal. Niners needs to back off, but now the chain stun on Yetri could not drop it. He's got the immortality. He's gonna flicker out of there. NetherRealm comes in trap with the blazing duet, just completely zoning them out. Nothing Niners can be done here, and that is gonna be an easy stomp from Barracuda as they take the game 1 for the battle of the jerseys.
Demolition in this game. You look at the health bars of Barracuda at the end of the game, none of them were below 60% health. 2 of them had full health. The power of the Florin is booming as the game progresses. I agree, easy win. Game 1 was an easy win for sure. Niners, you gotta reset. You had a draft that needs to play fast, but you're not hitting any of the notes.
Yeah, and look at those jerseys as well. It looks sick. And I want to have a jersey like that, man. I'm not going to lie. Barracuda's jerseys look really, really nice. And it fits them very, very well. And it explains why they are the best looking ones. You know, a lot of them said Barracuda and Niners had the best jersey. But, of course, right now, in terms of gameplay, Barracuda just definitely one step ahead this time. Like, I feel like after Raya, after a little bit of tweaking here and adjustments in the drafts and rosters here, they've gotten more uniform right now.
Yeah, it definitely feels that way, right? Like they look a lot more. They play a lot more like a team. As much as I like Niners draft, there are a lot of conditions that need to be fulfilled, right? We say, okay, Barracuda, that draft, very, very linear, very straightforward. Claude founds the late game, he carries. Early to mid game, we have this break wall, Fredrin, Florin, Faramis. But that early to mid game was played perfectly by Barracuda.
Yeah, whereas, you know, of course, I want to see who the MVP is from Barracuda because that was a game completely shut down and they've got the Barracuda popcorn available. MVP is going to be none other than Jesus on his R-Lord and look at him. Oh, easy win. Easiest win of my life.
Yeah, giving the R-Lord the second win in the entire regular season. 4-0-6. This guy eyed for opportunity, able to find all these picks, all these important picks. Jesus never really hesitated to kind of go in and start a fight because They have Florian as the roamer, so Arlott has to be the one that finds these moments and has to keep finding them, catching Zaus before a Lord fight, right?
Yep.
Catching Max, catching Zay when the ultimate comes off cooldown, and it is just oppression from Hesu.
Yeah, it is indeed a very, very convincing storm as well. Full tank build here is all about setting up those starting of the fights as well. But now let's talk a little bit more on the itemizations, right? Like Trav was able to out-farm Zephs on a very, very big different margin, right? He was getting safe farmed all the way through, and we kind of expected that maybe Zaus would have committed a little bit more aggression. But again, it seems like Zaus is just trading 50-50s, and if Roger doesn't have this early lead to snowball with, it's so hard for Roger to actually scale back in terms of damage output.
This is the one thing I don't understand about the Niners draft. Why pick the Terizla? You saw what? You saw Fredrin, Florian, and the Farmist, right? It would have been so much better to get an Export. Export does everything that Terizla wants to do, but better yet, you get to play a game where you keep peeling back, so Barracuda can't keep running at you. Sure, you don't have the damage to necessarily kill them, but you get to keep them away. If you're playing Terizla, you're forced to start this fight, and look at that Yetri. His second full item is an Immortality. That's how far they were behind.
Yeah.
I just feel like Niners kind of locked themselves in a draft where we want to play aggressive, we want to get an advantage early on, and if we don't, this game is done.
No, I disagree. I feel like the idea of having Terizla to lock them down in the Netherrealm state while they're forced to use early purifies is a great idea. But the biggest problem I felt like from Niners is that they are feeling a little bit more discombobulated, right? Like whenever they make a play, not everyone is in sync. Like, think about the AoE damage. Moonji's got the AoE damage, but where is Max all the time? They need Max in this fight to actually go in for the setup. But whenever that's happening here, Max is nowhere to be found. Yetri is doing his own thing. Moonji is trying his best to follow whatever tempo, but it's just not working. Zay is trying to stall the fight to actually progress the fight, but nothing is happening. So it just feels like it's 3 different people thinking of 3 different ideas, but it's not in sync right now.
I mean, I can agree with that. I still feel like this Terizla could be kind of a coin flip. It's just a personal preference. I would go for the Export anytime. But I think overall, when we look at Niners, when you have a Roger, we want that damage, right? We want to play fast. So Nolan is kind of like the crux of it. He is the one that is going to be trying to snowball. Even the Joy was let through, and Niners, they decided to go for the Nolan. Sure, I don't have a problem with that. Again, problem is they are not able to get the ball rolling.
Yeah.
They're not able to get the support. If you need to get support, usually you rely on the XP laner to do that, right? Paquito, Benedetta, Yuzhong, Terizla needs to be there. But the thing is that the Yetri sometimes wasn't really there.
Yeah.
And hence why there was no finisher for Niners that I felt like could have really given them a decent lead.
Again, whenever that, I think in the highlights as well, Yetri tried to start a couple of fights as well. Moonji wasn't set up to enjoy the fight. Yeah, Zay and Yetri is kind of hand in hand, kind of doing their own things. But again, like I said, they need Max. They need Moonji to actually step up. And Moonji alone is not able to just one-shot people. And Zaphs, again, like you said as well, nowhere to be found on the Roger. And that just made them in a tough situation where they just don't have the damage. But of course, let's take a look at the damage taken here. Surprise, surprise, AML 103,000. Soaked majority of the damage. They tried to take a jab at him, but just could not kill this Fredrin because of this Florian Bloom here.
Yeah, I mean, AML could stand in the fight for the entire game and still not lose a drop of health because of how far he is ahead. He has Antique Cuirass, Radiant Armor, Garden Helmet, and then you have Florian that has Flash at the Oasis. No one is killing this man. If Zavs doesn't get farmed up, no one is killing AML. And clearly, Zavs isn't farmed up this game. Completely, I wouldn't say he's shut down, but he just never really got the opportunity to do much in these fights because when BRD, they got a hit, they clumped together, Roger doesn't want to dive in, and he got caught.
Yeah, this is weird, but I don't know, like even turret damage as well, Trap was able to just get so much free reign in terms of farm. Max and Yetri, I don't know, man. Like, I feel like Max is in his comfort role, and I can see that he's doing a lot of aggressive rotations very, very quickly. He's very efficient with his farms, but all this efficiency did not translate in a way where he needs to start a fight. But he hasn't been able to start a fight just because he's so focused on, you know, clearing objectives, taking objectives, that he forgets to commit to those fights. And I think it just shows you that there is a big disparity on what they want to prioritize in team fights. Do they want to just, you know, take objectives and then just back off, or just force a fight. I think this is a conversation that we had 2 weeks ago in the interview. They were a little bit confused because if you play ranked games in Philippines, they're all very objective. They don't really fight. But in Malaysia servers, right, everything is just bam, 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 action pack all the way through. So yeah, I think that's the biggest issue that Niners need to kind of settle down and just fix this right now.
I definitely feel like Max has made a lot of initial moves, but again, like you said earlier on, right, the follow-up wasn't really there. You look at the Hall of Fame, Trap, this kind of explains why his GPM is higher than Zaf. At this point, I can agree, right? 817 gold per minute, incredibly high. But the carry, look at the damage dealt to heroes. Still Munji at the highest with the Vexana, and then you have Vietri as the sandbag. He's on the Terizla, unfortunately, and the best wingman goes with the Eevee. This Florin, just stand back. Every time Niners try to start a fight, press your ultimate.
And again, you know, talking about the King of Mage, right? How far has he fallen? That's going to be my question here, because let's take a look at the highlights right now, because I feel like there's only so much Moon can actually do in this fight here. Like, even every single fight here, look at the progression, the stalls here. Moonji is here, but Max is just waiting to actually commit to the fight. And when he actually joins, there's only so much he can do. It's weird. Like, it's really, really just weird. And every single time the fight happens, it's like they're not ready to take a fight at all.
You look at the targets that Max always goes on in the early game, right? Only Amao is a viable target. Because Eevee and AJ, they would just stand behind this Fredrin. So Max had no choice. Fredrin is not someone I can kill, and he definitely cannot be taken out if his teammates keep healing him. At the end of the day, I mean, we also say Hes to the MVP of this game. He's just finding all these nasty, nasty final slashes. The angle at the tip of the spear to constantly catch Niners off guard. This game was sort of already over at the 8-minute mark.
Yeah, it was just pretty much a done deal there. There was nothing much they can do if they did not snowball into this game. But we've talked about how Assassins has kind of fallen into the meta. You know, Max, known for his Assassin back in the days, could not execute anything at all. And you were right. Pick a tanky composition and the Nolan is just going to get completely unscaled. Yeah, it was very difficult for him.
We came into this saying that, wow, Barracuda support, well, the support system in-game feels a bit disjointed. Yep. We are seeing that on Niners, right? And I thought when Niners lost to Bounty Esports, that was kind of like, okay, we really need to fix it. Okay. But right now, I think they're still stuck in that phase.
Yeah, they have a lot of fixing they have to do as well. Having roster change is going to be a little bit different here. But you know what's on the plus side here? Here comes a new challenger. Because why? The highly anticipated new characters of MLBB across the King of Fighters 97 collaborations are now unveiled. And the collab schemes will arrive on the 24th of April. Popular characters back in the days known is going to be on the Valer hero with Kyo Kusanagi, Masha Mao, Shiranui, and the Pakido Terry Bogart will bring their unique fighting techniques to the Land of Dawn for the ultimate showdown. So, I grew up playing King of Fighters. My god, I can't believe, like...
Don't worry, I also grew up playing this.
1997.
We both feel the same.
I was born on 1993. I played the 97, I played the 98, I played the 99.
I was born in 97, but I did play the 97, well, as
you got older, right? Like, we got those consoles
like,
and just...
Kyo Kusanagi, I didn't play much because I didn't own a console, but I watched a lot of King of Fighters. Like, Kyo Kusanagi is like the iconic character, right? So it's great to see them here. The collaboration. I know back then, for some reason, I never really liked Terry. Maybe because of
obviously, when we were kids, we were always talking about final boss. Like, Yori Yagami's got to be the ultimate final boss, right?
I mean, that's why the Cho Yori is the best.
Agreed. But now, let's talk a little bit more on how things needs to be fixed right now. Because as you can see, you know, there is a lot of tension on screen right now. You can see Niners, they are scrambling to try and figure out what can they do. Because this is Coach Ancha is we're talking about, right?
We're looking at one of the best, one of the most decorated.
The one that said, hey, it's Homeboys. You know, watch his TikTok. Homeboys brought their victory last season. And now it seems like even gods can lead. In this case, was it a fluke last season? Did he do something? Because right now, it's not looking good for him.
I definitely think that when he won with Homeboys, he definitely contributed, right? No doubt about that. But it's more like, now you're in a new environment, you gotta look at how the players perform, and it's not just down to the draft. You can have the best draft, and if the players mess it up, then you still are not gonna win the game. I think in this case, tension in the air, man. I remember this exact scene on week 2 when Niners lost to Bounty.
Yeah, and just now we saw a little bit of snippet here of the fans bringing out here. You know, you gotta bring way Raya come to MPL to actually celebrate Raya. And interesting enough, here's a fun fact, right? Okay. I think earlier today we had a little bit of interview session. Is that the teams, if they win, they will be distributing Raya. Or
Raya. You
mean
Raya. After the
for me in Chinese, call it ang paos. All right, so they're gonna be distributing some Raya gifts for you guys if you guys are in the venue. And here's a fun fact: if you guys are dressed up in Raya clothing, chances of you getting it are very, very high. That's the tip. That's the tip. You know, we are here about forgiveness. We are here about celebrations. We are here to celebrate the festivities. So this week only, if you are here in MPSJ, this is the perfect time to see things through. But of course, let's talk about the head-to-head between the two majors, AJ versus Moonji. What do you think about this stats?
What I think, I mean, AJ is so much more of a solid player right now. Statistically, right? Statistically, I'm not taking anything away from Moonji, but statistically, I think AJ is a lot more solid. He's been able to provide, he's been able to be that pillar for the team. But I think Moonji has been struggling in a lot of these scenarios where he's able to dish out the damage, but he's not finishing the game. I mean, there are some games, look at the one against KGE. Moonji kept the game alive for an extra 15 minutes, but the rest of the team isn't there to back him up. And right now, I feel like in his position, you gotta feel very, very helpless. You're landing your spells, you're contributing to team fights, but you're not the one to finish it. You can't be the one to finish it.
It's weird, right? Considering that week 1, week 2, all the teams look really close and neck, and after a little bit of Raya celebrations, things have gotten a little bit weirded out, especially in the playstyles. But of course now, speaking of the head-to-head for the gold laners here, Zafs versus Trap. Zafs was I would say, a very strong marksman player when his debut with his Claude, known to be a fearful factor, but now it seems like he's just struggling against like other marksmen.
Struggling to find his footing. I think that the change in time, you really have to adapt to it, right? It's no longer about you as a marksman. Sure, late game, marksman still one of the strongest strongest role, but it's not just about you anymore. And I think Zafs still is struggling to kind of fit into that current environment where you have to start thinking about your teammates, right? Sure, I think in that game 1, the idea was that, okay, it's not about me, so I need to pull my own weight. Try to win the lane as hard as possible. While that didn't work out, what's the next plan? I think that's something that Zao still needs to find, and Niners as a team need to figure out. They feel very, very lost. And even Zay, I think, I talk about this, right? He has a lot of responsibility. IGL, first MPL stage experience, you're playing with decorated elites. But if the team is that scattered, I don't think any amount of transfers can help you. Even Max, I think he's maxed out.
I think Max is playing on a different wavelength compared to the rest. So again, you know, a little bit a little bit disorganized in this regards, but hopefully game 2 is going to be a little bit better here. It's not over yet for Niners fans. We have been a little bit critical, I'm sorry, but at the same time, let's talk about the bans here. Barad's ban and Matilda, pretty standard one. But I want to see what Antagonist has to think about this draft, because as of yet, it seems like they just need to focus on the playstyles. Like, I don't think it was a draft issue. It just came down on the macro aspect on how they should be rotating, right? Like, Zay, do you think that Zay played bad that game? No, right? I think he did something. He's doing his right thing, but there was just no backup.
I think the best way to put it is that individually, they are good. They're solid. But as a
team,
unit,
no.
That's where we need to see some adjustments.
I think they need a drill sergeant that say, you know, ask them to do push-ups, everybody unison just do push-ups, sit-ups and everything, and then eventually get the same wavelength and they're gonna be fine.
You know what? Bring back Okuja.
Oh yeah.
No, I'm just kidding. That is a very different era. Okuja would have been the drill sergeant you're looking for.
I think Kuja is a great drill sergeant, but not everyone can handle the army.
Yeah, Man's softened up over the years, alright? He used to be really strict, now he's softened up.
Army life is not for everyone.
Shout out to Kuja.
Yeah, man. So much love to him.
We see the Angela ban again. This one, completely understand. People have been saying Zay is sort of like Mali's disciple or whatever, right? Because they play a lot of the enchanted supports, but now give Max the Fredrin, okay? Let's just ignore the assassin. Let's play a proper, a proper comp that needs the whole team together instead of trying to play for something that goes fast and has all these conditions to meet. I like this opening for Niners.
It's interesting how Fredrin was like kind of in a downhill trend in the first 2 weeks, and now they're going into this pegging phase again, and it's picking a lot more wins now, especially in the previous series and this series itself. So very surprised by this, but Barracuda, they prioritize the Roger, but this time they bring in the Akai. 0% win rate, 2 picks thus far. Barracuda seems to be looking to achieve the team that breaks the 0 mark.
Hey man, Akai into Fredrin is very standard, right? It's like playing Martis into Fredrin, you know he's going to win Fredrin. Akai just annoys Fredrin a lot. Oh, you want an objective? Heavy spin. You want to stick on my teammate? Heavy spin.
No, think about this, right? Arlott broke their win streak, 0% win rate. Claude finally got his first win because of Barracuda, and now Akai 0% win rate. Again, Barracuda, they want to break it off. They just want to make every hero with 0% win rate winnable.
I'll make it sound even better, right?
What?
They have a chance to not only break 0% win rate heroes, but to also break their losing streak. How about that?
Okay, fair enough.
How about that?
Fair enough. Fair enough. That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Okay, Year 3's Benedetta, finally. This one looks so much better, right? You have Benedetta to be in the side lane ready, Valentina, heavy spin, great ability to steal, and now you have the Astra Echo. That is an option. But of course, Novaria, Astra Echo, and Akai, it can be a bit annoying. You have these long-range pokes that so far, Niners don't really have a way to deal with aside from, having this Fredrin eat it up.
Okay, I'm curious to see what kind of XP laner right now, right? Like, Niners, obviously, they could be picking a Benedetta, but at the same time, when we talk about Benedetta, EV is somebody that knows the ins and outs on how to deal with the Benedetta. And in this case, because he knows, will he be able to take advantage of this? But the question is, could we be both wrong?
I mean, you can CC.
What I mean by could we be both wrong is that is this an Akai role instead of jungle? Is there a big possibility?
A possibility, yes. Percentage, very slow. Probability, very slow.
Probability, very low.
Possibility, yes. Probability,
very slow.
Very low. Very low.
Very slow.
I love this language.
I know, right? Beautiful. English, a beautiful language to learn.
But I do like the Harif and the Natan band. So this is directly targeted at Zavs. Right? Do you want to play the Claude right now? I know you like. We know you are good at Claude, but do you want to play the Claude? Pose the question to Zav.
I think carry isn't a bad idea for Niners, considering the fact that if they want to deal with a tanky composition, they can. But it doesn't seem like Barracuda is going to be bringing that to the table, considering that Barats and also the Minotaur is pretty much banned off. I guess they can just stick with the Akai jungle. They're looking for a little bit more of a pincer attack. I wouldn't be surprised to see a Grok, but I've not seen a Grok from both these teams.
No, not yet. I like the Fanny ban. Just like you said, right? There's a probability that Barracuda puts this Akai into the roam role. So
I hate that though. I really hate that.
I mean, when played well, it is annoying. I mean, Akai roam used to be a big thing.
True.
Yeah, way back then. But I mean,
I think it's like season 4, season 5. Yeah. I think I've seen a couple of roam Akai's flex. Initially, it was like we thought it was jungle, and in fact, it was like I think season 9. There was 1 or 2 games in season 9 and also season 10.
But I like the fact that, Aima plays a mean Fanny. So Niners, they put respect on his name, they ban it out.
Okay.
Barracuda right now, I think if you want to deal with the Benedetta, there's always the CC in that XP lane. That is an option. We've seen that work. Or if you want to, ego challenge it, Paquito is always an option for Jesus. I think the Arlo is still there. The Cho! Alright!
Okay, so this is pretty much a no-brainer. It is going to be an Akai jungle and then Cho roam. I agree. I feel like the CC isn't too bad if Niners decide to say, like, you know what, I'm going to follow in the footsteps of SRG. Innocent brought in the CC gold late. Sure, why not? Against the Roger.
CC XP, alright? Calm down. This is... Oh, I was talking about Barracuda.
I'm talking about Niners.
Niners? I cannot imagine...
Against the Roger.
Right, I cannot... Against the Roger, we've seen that, sure, but I cannot imagine Zavs on the CC. It does not feel like Zav at all.
Yeah, I think at most you go for the Harif or just stick
No, Harif got banned. I think it's Claude.
Oh no.
There's a high chance we see Claude or Harry.
Pick the Claude again, bro. Pick the Claude.
It's not like he has much options left.
You're just, considering the amount of hero pool he's played so far, I wouldn't be surprised, but
I'm telling you, man.
We're very good at our jobs, aren't we?
I mean, it makes it better if by process of elimination, right? You call the Grok, I call the Claude, we call it even.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough. But
okay. XP lane.
Huh.
I still kind of like the CC, I'm not gonna lie. CC doesn't look too bad. X-Borg also not bad. I think X-Borg also looks pretty juicy, but you're gonna have a bit of problem against Benedetta, at least matching up with the tempo.
To be honest, I wouldn't mind seeing a tear off, but considering how Ube Barracuda kind of likes it as well, they don't have those sustainabilities. Could they break a... Oh, wait a minute.
Works as well,
Okay, sustainabilities, alright. They are going to try and out-sustain the fights here. And again, Niners taking a very similar approach from game 1. Split push once again.
Yeah, Tank's worst enemy is the Tamus. I mean, for Niners, this one looks a lot more solid. At least if things don't go well, you still have some sort of backup to fall back on, right? But for Barracuda, it's very, very straightforward. Let's just play actually, no, Niners stick together. Barracuda is the one. Let's play a bit scrappy. We have many options. Here, pick off, that pick off, displacement. And we're just going to challenge Niners to play a fast game.
Well, I want to see how Niners pull this off, man. Like, they both have split push compositions as well. They have individual damage here. Hopefully, they are going to be able to bounce back in this game here. But without further ado, we are going to settle it in the Battle of Dawn. The Battle of the Jerseys. It is going to be Barracuda versus Niners in the match for survival as they try to get points to survive in the MPL stage.
I think it's a good time to bring up that Yetri is, he's recovering from an injury, right?
Oh boy.
So I think a lot of people are also wondering, okay, how is his performance going to be? But I personally love it when he's on Benedetta. He gets to do a lot more compared to just brickwalling as a Terizla. Now it's a matter of whether he can kind of did what Kaiser did for RJMI early on, kind of be that safety net in these big fights in managing the side lane.
Yeah, speaking of safety nets, right? Like, what is the safety net against this annoying Cho? Because Evie, he may be amazing on the XP lane. His roams has been on point as well.
Yeah, I mean, now I guess Barracuda is glad that he's willing to take out the road, and second, he has good results on him so far, right? After game 1.
Oh boy, here he goes. Jesus was able to sidestep a little bit more. Yechi did not get the out trade here. And middle lane, Zay is just running around. He's not really opening up the map.
Oh my goodness.
Okay.
Yeah, he even stole the Lethal Wanderer.
Hesu just playing on a different game, and now Moonji taking a little bit too much damage. Ooh, forced to flicker out, has no choice but to do it.
Concussive.
Oh! Okay. Yeah, panicked a little bit.
Honestly, if Moonji gets hit by that, it's on him, right? It's on him. You should never recall like that. So thankfully, but I mean, you're Concussive plus Cho, right? He's gonna stick onto you to do this big damage, and Zaps is feeling the heat already.
Okay. Camero did not actually see it here. I kind of saw on the mini-map that it is in the right angle, but he's a little bit too far off.
Oh man, Zaps is getting starved out of the wave. He's trying to go back to get as much experience as possible, and yeah, you need to bring Zay in to back him up. You can't let Zaps just eat all these punishments. It's not gonna work out.
Now, speaking of punishments right now, Moonji, he's going to try and get a little bit more aggressive. Evie looking very confident on the roam position. And for his first debut, I feel like he's pretty confident. And it suits him, actually.
Yeah, I mean, I was looking to see if he can fill in Grace's shoes, but he's been doing a fantastic job.
Yeah, in this case, Turtle Fight comes in. Electro Final Blow comes in as well. Yetri missing the mark. Aima immediately shoves him away, so no Petrify can. Now, Jesus pops the Vengeance, trying to hold his face while Evie gets his chain stun. Zaze almost losing his life, and now he's going to be punched down by Evie. Can he get the kill? But Zaze, he's got the sustains! They can't kill him off, and he's going to be A-okay. Meanwhile, Moonji in the back lines was able to hold on. He gets the stolen heavy speed, but Evie will reconnect with Barracuda. A random Valentina in his face. He gets the kill, gets back in line, and sits Niner down.
Well, Niners great. Secures the turtle. It was a 1-for-1 trade. I believe First Blood did go over to Niners as well. It was Yetri who got it. So very, very good news for the Benedetta. Extended fight Barracuda. Try and now Max continue to put on pressure. Tries to take this purple buff.
That was a sick play coming from Evie. Completely outplaying as well. But now here comes the kick. Max cannot do anything now with the Astro Echo coming in as well. They're slowed down. They want to extend the fight. But what can they do? And again, Niners just completely disengaging from the fight.
You know what? Earlier on you say that you feel like Max is playing on a different wavelength. What was that? Why are you in the jungle of Barracuda without backup? Everyone else was 10 miles away. Which should be fine here. By a huge error from Max. I know you want to counter jungle, but you need your team. Like, Zay cannot be that far away, so it's a wasted opportunity for Niners.
Wow. Speaking of wasted opportunities here, Niners, they are gonna try and continue their aggression, whereas Barracuda trying to, survive and hang on for now, despite having a big lead. Moonji gonna be the playmaker for the team. He's got a stolen heavy spin and try and zone out the team, and this is huge for him. Like, he can do way much more now compared to the previous game. Technically, damage-wise, he is a little bit lacking, but he can buy time for his team to take individual fights. And currently, 1-2, Barracuda taking the lead. It's up to Max whether or not can he hold on, because as again, he cannot afford to be caught off, because now Astro Echo comes in, Zay with a big wall charge, connects, but there's no follow-up here. The snipes comes in, Zay will fall. The rest of Niners will only stare him down as they try to go in for the collapse. Yeah, 3! Big Electro final blow, but Moonji holds them at place. They steal the turtle, and Niners, they need to get out, but Jesus, he's able to survive this. He's alive, and Max will be able to back out, but Moonji, what a turn of events in the Lord Pit. Can we get a replay on that?
And he got the heavy spin, but man, Jesus ate the entire Electro final blow, jumped into 3 members of Niners, and walked away alive. And got the turtle for his team. This man is doing everything on the Tamus.
That is insane. That is really just insane coming from Barracuda. But still, again, Moon, he's trying his best to hold on, but they just don't have the finisher right now. And Barracuda, they're really just so annoying to deal with here. As Year 3 now, gonna be in a little bit of trouble. Eevee looking for the kick. Doesn't connect the dot. Zaf is going to look for a kick, but oh my god! What a kick! But he is going to be taking a little bit of damage as well. Zaf with the blazing duet comes in, but Eevee, he actually survives, but Imao! They caught Zaf! They caught him! Moonji with the heavy spin, but again, where's the follow-up? He needs to get out and he's dead. That's going to be a double kill for Trap.
And that's how you play a fast draft. Just like game number 1, Niners. They had the idea, but they do not have the finisher. Oh, that was a good... I mean, Eevee messed up the kick a little bit, and Niners thought they could fight. And Zaf, he ate the heavy spin because he didn't have the BMI. Tried to Purify out of that, but Purify expired, and he got pinned to the wall. And that's Trap with 2 kills off of that. One onto Zaf, one onto Moonji. And, I mean, Barracuda, they're accelerating the game pace already. Third turtle coming up. Barracuda with a 3.5k goal lead.
Oh boy, this is turning a little bit too one-sided that I was expecting it to be, right? Considering how close it's getting right now. Eevee is just on form right now. Like, oh my god, he found the kick.
What?
Devs, he doesn't have Purify. Okay, he gets out, but
it's fine.
How is Eevee getting 3 angles just like that? And now, because there's no kick, Niners, they will settle down with the turtle. Echo comes in. It is going to be a big scuffle. They're waiting for the heavy speed from Amao. He does have it, but Max, he wins the turtle. He's going to tank his way through. Zap's going for Blazing Duet, and he is going to force Amao back out of the fight. And now Zay, he is going to get picked off by Jesus. Moonji does have the heavy spin. He's going to try and go low with Roger, but Trap, he tanks the heavy spin through the Purify, mows down Moonji. And Barracuda lost the turtle, but still came up on top.
Yeah, lost the turtle, no problem. Why did Year 3 use his Electro final blow so early? Niners wasn't even ready to fight that. And Year 3, he just used his ult. And then Barracuda just fought because they know that they are not threatened in that Lord Pit anymore. Giving Trap another kill. No objective, no problem. We are still getting more out of it.
Well. Oh no, Zaf's taking a little bit too much damage. Eevee, he's thinking about it. Okay. Astro Echo, reviews on 2. They have to respect this. Niners, gotta wait for the slows here. Eevee, again, with this oppression, the confidence. Like, look at how Eevee is just doing so much presence, and now it makes so much sense why Barracuda wants him as his Roma. But again, his eyes is gonna be up for Moonji as he's looking for the kick once again. Zaf's safely farming on his own, but seems like they are split off for now, as Niners just doesn't have any room to push out. But now here he comes, Eevee trying to bait out a kick. Max getting chain stun, but they do not have the damage, and they will regroup with the team. 5 minutes Max. Looking a little bit chip here. Echo comes in. Heavy spin by him. Pins him off. Oh, where's the damage? Trap. He's going to get stopped with the Petrify, but they eventually get the job done. And now Moonji trying to isolate Eevee, but it doesn't even matter. The DPS is down, and Amao now left alone. A little bit too much confidence, but he's going to be fine.
He's fine. No problem. Zavs could not participate in that fight. It's not like it would have made a difference. Barracuda steadily increasing that lead right before the Lord spawns. And sure, Max is going to be back in time, but he will be behind in terms of experience. Barracuda, they're going to feel so comfortable just setting up for this Lord. In fact, they don't even need it. They can just use it as a bait to get Niners into a bad spot.
Yeah, speaking of bad spots, right? Like, Eevee currently big threat for Zay. Can't actually do anything in advance. They're coming the wall charge for Eevee? What? Hazel diving the back line. Zavs gonna be forced to purify out of there. Down towards very low. Lord still relatively healthy for now. Niners now taking a little bit of damage. Another strike for AJ Zay. He needs to back off trap. He's gonna die for this. No, he's not. He's gonna back out instead. And they are gonna focus on our objectives. And again, Niners getting pushed back with no value to trade off whatsoever. Orange buff. Snipe from AJ attempt, but not gonna get it. Lord in the hands of Barracuda for now.
Yep. No wild charge means you ain't engaging anytime soon. Barracuda fully understand this is a just pure macro from Barracuda with a touch of that mechanical prowess.
Eevee taking a little bit damage. They're going over the tab, but Trap, he just shows. He just recalls in front of their face. It's like, what can you do? You're just one step slower than me. And they might be right. Echo connects on 5. They are going to make an attempt. Aima isolating Max from the team fight. Whereas the rest of Barracuda, they are going to retreat from this fight. Niners tries to take a kill, but they walk out scot-free. Again, Max getting pummeled from the sides, and Niners looking to just back off once again. It's not worth to commit to this fight, and Barracuda will take the outer turrets. Whereas the Lord crashing on the top side now, slowly whittling it down. Zavs needs to be careful. Aimao looking for the play. Eevee conceal, looking for the kick. He finds Max, but he gets stopped. He got stopped by Zay. That's exactly what Niners needed. They weren't able to stop this. And now Jesus, sustained with the vengeance, he's got the trap. Max. No, wait, he could not drop the Brazos Ram. He's gonna get taken down. And now Barracuda continue to pummel. Yetri doing as much damage. He almost took AJ, but he actually got the kill. Finally.
Overheat from Barracuda. They thought that they are strong, but diving inhibitors is never really a good idea. So Barracuda overstepped their welcome, and finally we see Yetri show up with that lethal final blow, finishing off AJ with the lethal ignition at the very end. Some breathing room for Niners. They stop any inhibitors from going down. They cash in on a couple of kills. Zavs himself got 2 in the process. So now there's a bit more chance for Niners.
This is a very scary fight. But now, let's look at the items real quick as well, because as of yet, Barracuda, they may have a little bit lead, but it seems like Niners, they were able to scale a little bit more because Zavs now has got his Trinity build and he's looking for his first Winds of Nature. And once that is up, this Roger is going to be no problemo for Zavs now.
It's going to be quite... You have to look at the second Lord first though, because Barracuda, they're still trying to take over as much of Niners jungle as possible. Their top tier 1 is going to go down. No one is handling that. But AJ's damage, he's starting to really rack out. We saw that 1 Star Shatter takes away half of Zav's health bar, and Moonji as well. But if Niners can't get the second Lord, then Barracuda is definitely going to crack the base open. And they can't even walk into their own jungle.
It's tough. It's tough. Like, once the Astro Echo connects with them, right? It's just so hard to actually move because you have to wait up for the spells. And now Eevee, with the catch coming in, Yetri is able to narrowly survive that. And they force out major ultimates. And now with heavy speed down as well, they are going to try and force a fight on Jesus. They bait out the Vengeance. They're waiting to strike again. Barracuda, they have to back out. And they will back out as Niners just baiting out spells. Lord will be the priority right now. And as Zay looking to scout out here, Max is going to try and threaten this for now.
Yeah, I think Niners can threaten this for sure. Barracuda does not have heavy spin, no Tamus out, no choke hit.
Well, speaking of kicks here, another Echo comes in, connects on 4. They're waiting for those timers once again. Eevee looking for the flickered plays. He has got it though, but Zay, he's taking a little bit too much damage. He needs to be careful here. Lord, half HP, but Niners, they're getting chipped away. And Zay, now, he needs to reset this. But Yetri looking for the commitment here. Turtle, okay, the Lord gets resetted. Okay, good reset coming from Zay. And this is going to be buying time once again as Zavs is focusing on clearing the top lanes for now.
I was getting slightly worried the fact that Niners gave out space just like that. But the reset is going to really give them kind of a second chance. But even then, I say that it's hard for Niners to even walk into their own jungle. I don't think they can contest this.
This is tough. Zay doesn't have the HP as well, and the Lord just given for absolutely free by Niners. No contention. And Barracuda, again, will take the lead. The turret will fall on the top side. A little bit of a small victory for Niners, but I don't think it's going to matter. I really don't think it's going to matter.
They are going to lose inhibitors for sure. I mean, don't get me wrong, Niners still have a good chance. I mean, even though we're talking about a 5.2k disadvantage for Niners, which in of its own is pretty devastating, but still, because of the nature of the draft, if Barracuda kind of overheats again, then Niners can definitely turn it around. Like, Year 3, he has damage. Zaf starting to rack up those numbers. Now you just have to kind of find that opportunity to punish Barracuda. Don't let them kind of dictate how you play the game. Year 3 clears out the wave. That is the first good step.
Yeah, speaking of steps here, I think Niners' draft had a little bit more flexibility in split push control, but because of the fact that EVE has been so dominant in this place, they're just so afraid. And look at how Zafs is conditioned to this place where this is Zafs just defending with his dear life and trusting Year 3 to just do his job. And usually this is something that Zafs will do instead of Year 3. So I don't know if this is going to be good enough. The Lord pummeling on the inhibitor right now. Echo connects on 3. They are going to be chipping away. The Lord's still relatively healthy. They need EV back up, and they will get him here. Year 3 looking for a play. Munji with a heavy speed. Going to be trading with the Archive for now. But back lines, Year 3. He goes for the Electro Fighter Blow, but he gets kicked away. And he is going to go down. Munji gets trapped, but they lose 3 as Barracuda eats them all apart.
I think we just saw Barracuda sign the death sentence for Niners. That team fight could not have gone anywhere. Sure, Trapney went down because he decided to dive the crystal, but in that process, he got 2 kills in return.
Well,
good news is Zaf is still alive.
It's not over yet. Zaf, he needs to make a play. Oh, the stun from AJ. Just a little bit too annoying to do with. And again, Munji in a situation, what can this Valentina do? Does have the ultimate, but Barracuda says it's just not worth taking this fight, as Zaf is still alive. And Zafs is the only hope that Niners wins.
And he just maxed out his items. Got the Malefica Roar right at the 11th hour. If he can somehow drag on this game for a couple more minutes, sell that boots, get like a Wind Talker or something, right? Just as much damage as possible. Niners lost the entire base to Barracuda already. So now it's 3-4 for Barracuda. I want any objective, I can just go get it. This third Lord, Niners need a miracle to get this Lord.
Max needs to catch it. Like
they have to get it.
Yeah, they have to get it. But in terms of damage-wise, it feels like their focus firing has been a little bit off here. I don't know if it's a draft or it's a miscommunication, but it seems like based on their playstyle and comps, it hasn't been going well for Niners at all.
Yeah.
It's really difficult right now as Barracuda is trying their best to close up the game. EVE been very, very successful in both games thus far.
Oh my goodness.
And oh my god, the snipes from AJ.
Does Zay not have the Athena?
I don't think he has.
I think that's, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think he has though, but despite all that, Echo comes in. What? Oh my god! The extension for EVE to connect the kick. What a catch.
What a catch.
EVE.
Man, commits everything. It happens so fast. Munji was like, I think I can get away. I flicker. I have my dash. And gets tagged by Astro Echo, and a second later gets kicked with that flicker Way of Dragon.
It's ridiculous.
Ridiculous.
Like, how much the Astro Echo actually helps the kick now because of the fact that that additional hitbox makes the Cho's kick look bigger than it should be.
As if it's already not easy to hit, right?
Exactly.
Like, it already makes you look like a dummy target, and now with the Astro Echo, I mean, it
pretty much
like
a guarantee.
It's a guaranteed.
Yeah.
While EVE secured his team, the Lord is going to be barreling down. Okay, Munji will be back, but this is one last fight. You need a dang good team fight to even stay in this game.
Well, speaking of team fights right now, AJ has been a force to be reckoned with thus far. He's been extremely annoying, but Amao now with the blocks here, heavy spin, pins Max on the sides, cannot play the game. AJ getting focused down, but Year 3 needs to reset his health, but Crystal being mowed out by Lord, but no, Jesus just tanks them all, wipes the floor with Niners. It's over, Niners is done, and the Barracudas will pounce out and take the victory against the Niners as Barracuda takes a clean 2-0.
Absolutely slaughtered the Niners in this series. Game 1 was domination. Game 2 was nothing less than Barracuda ruling over Niners in every single aspect of the game. You can only imagine the devastation the Niners are feeling right now. Helpless, hopeless, their 4th series lost in the regular season. And Barracuda breaking that lose streak and delivering Ancha his first win as a hero. My goodness. Reinvigoration for Barracuda, but for Niners, you're still stuck in that pit.
Well, as we said as well, the battle of the jerseys, Niners or Barracuda. In this case, Barracuda will take the W. And not gonna lie, good sportsmanship from both sides, but look at those jerseys, man.
I love it.
I love it. Really, really do love it as well. But now, let's take a look at what they have to say, because as we throw it up on stage with Rose to interview with Barracuda.
Kemenangan pertama untuk Barracuda. 3 mata penuh kali ini. Hello everybody, how are you guys feeling? Semua okay? You guys hyped?
Okay.
Okay, AJ. Ini kemenangan pertama untuk musim ini. So, how is Barracuda looking like behind the scenes? Okay, ni kemenangan pertama korang. How are you guys looking like behind the scenes?
Sebelum ni banyak jatuh juga. And so kita orang anggap benda tu macam dugaan je lah. Kita orang reset and buat baru sama-sama. Sehati sejiwa.
Wow, sehati sejiwa. Okay. Oh, Isha tak puas hati.
Atas tu diam jap. Shh.
Okay, so with this win, adakah you guys rasa you guys boleh kekalkan momentum ini with the upcoming matches yang akan datang?
InsyaAllah kita orang akan buat yang terbaik setiap match dan lebih fokus dan disiplin.
Okay, can we, since masa transfer window, dorang actually ambil ada coach baru dengan analyst baru. Can we please pass the mic to the coach? Hi, Coach Backdoor. How are you?
Baik.
Baik. Okay, Coach. Now, kita tahu, kita dari MPL tahu, tapi ramai orang tak tahu that coach daripada game lain. So, masa coach jadi coach satu team MPL, ada beza tak dan adakah susah nak adapt ataupun biasa santai saja?
Semua game MOBA sama sih. Tak ada yang spesial. Mungkin lebih perbaiki ke arah disiplin.
Apa coach nak cakap pada Barracuda? You rasa team ni ada potensi yang besar?
Just focus.
Just focus. Alright, thank you very much. Okay guys, nampaknya MVP kita dah ready. So, can we please have the MVP in 3,
Trap.
2, 1. Jang. Wow, ini. Okay. Alright, so dari EXP laner ke roamer, EV, you rasa transition period tu jadi EXP laner ke roamer, adakah satu benda yang susah nak adapt ke senang?
Kalau ikutkan main roamer ni lagi mudah lah daripada main EXP. Sebab roamer dia banyak hero tekan-tekan.
Oh, tekan-tekan je? Tak guna otak lah, tekan.
Tak ada.
Okay, so you ada satu shot caller ke dalam team? Sebab you roamer kan, biasanya roamer yang shot caller.
Kita sama-sama.
Sama-sama. Nak tanya, sebagai roamer kan, Barracuda ni budak-budak baik ke? Dengar apa roamer cakap?
Macam-macam perangai tu.
Macam-macam perangai. Kenapa macam-macam perangai? Kenapa? Siapa paling buat perangai?
Saya sendiri.
Sebenarnya diri dia sendiri yang buat perangai dan tak dengar orang.
Oh. Okay, before we wrap this up, can we please pass it to Jesus? Hi, how are you?
I'm okay.
You're okay.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
with this first win, you guys had this season. Do you think that your team still has the potential to go further? And what are your expectations with the upcoming matches?
Yeah, definitely. This win boosts our confidence. And hopefully it continues and we win our upcoming matches.
Alright, mantap. Alright guys, I will let you guys go. Tapi sebelum I let you guys go, a kind reminder to everyone here that setiap game kita ada untuk minggu ini, kita ada duit raya untuk semua orang yang datang ke Stadium MVSJ. So the guys akan pilih dorang nak bagi duit raya kat siapa dan juga bagi autograph dorang dekat orang. So guys, untuk semua orang yang dekat rumah, esok jomlah datang ke Stadium MVSJ. Lagi-lagi kalau you guys tengah pakai baju Raya, higher chances of getting duit Raya daripada player-player yang tengah main. Alright guys, so an amazing start to minggu ketiga kita. So, untuk dapat tahu apa yang Barracuda buat di game kedua, mari let's show it back to the casters for them to dissect what happened this game. Casters, silakan.
Well, the MVP is going to be none other than Evie himself. And of course, what a performance coming in for him. On the Florine and on the Cho as well. Very solid performance and both the support and roam role. And guess what? Not many roamers can pull off both the support and the tank role.
Yeah, on very different roles as well, different personalities. And by the way, we have a second MVP. I'm not sure if anyone can hear this, but he stopped playing. So we had this one dedicated Barracuda supporter just playing the drums. That is also the Barracuda MVP, the sixth member of the team. But yes, Evie, on the Florian, we can say in channel supports, keep your team alive. That's the most important, right? He's the reason that Barracuda was a brick wall in Game 1. But Game 2, man, this Cho, he is finding some sick kicks. He was the reason they got the last floor and won the game because the coordination with AJ on the Novaria to find these crucial pickoffs is amazing.
I won't lie, that's the perfect example of a TikTok show. Highlight reels after highlight reels after highlight reels. I don't know about play of the day. I feel like Evie would fit there later on as we kind of figure out who's going to be having the play of the day by today, end of the day here. But of course, speaking of stats as well, we are here doing a little bit more daily reporting here, especially for the Raya festivities. It is still for the Raya festivities. If you come down to MPSJ, you are going to be able to experience the full festivities here with us at MPL. And of course, we're making something special. Every season, we bring something new to the table. And guess what? This time, we're giving Raya to you guys.
Yeah, and with performances, right? Or if you are a TikTok buff, you want to dance some Hari Raya songs, Hari Raya dances that is currently now circulating on TikTok. You can also join us because we actually have a booth for that. In the ticketing area where you can do that. I love events like this, right?
Yep.
Because I get to go to the event on every single day or on the days I'm free, or in this case, I'm working, and try every single food out there. Every food item, every beverages. I love it. It's my domain.
Okay, fair enough. But of course, now let's talk a little bit more on the damage dealt department here again. This time, a little bit of a switch here. Zavs has been dishing out a decent amount of damage compared to game number 1. Game 2, he's dished out 70,000 Moonji, 50,000 Yeatri, 53,000 as well, which was the biggest problem from game 1's draft. I don't know if it's a draft thing or was it an execution thing, but this was definitely much better, but it still needs a lot of work. Whereas for Barracuda, they just completely smurfed on Niners, despite technically, quote-unquote, teams in the bottom usually have an equal skill level, but just maybe MAL players are just not ready for MPL yet.
Hey man, you can't just put all the blame onto Zay. Poor dude. I would say that this game is definitely a bit better for Niners, compared to game 1, a bit more bearable. The thing is, if you notice throughout the entire length of the game, Barracuda were the one pulling the trigger. It was always Barracuda starting team fights, getting engages, calling the shots, dictating how the game has to be played. And Niners, they're responding defensively, right? Oh, I'm keeping my wild charge for when the Cho comes in. I'm keeping my wild charge to run away. Never did we see Niners make a move despite having the Grok. And I think that is also a very crucial part on why Barracuda so easily ran away with so many of these leads, because they don't have to worry about Niners retaliating. They get to do what they want.
Yeah, and speaking of retaliation into these fights as well, I feel like Moon tried his best in 2 games, as a Valentina as well as the Mexana, but there's only so much he can do.
Yeah.
And it seems like Moon hasn't found his partner yet. Like his synergy with Zay, is it him with Zay or is it him with the jungler? Because as of now, I'm confused. What is the most ideal roles for a mage in terms of pairing? Is it with the roamer or is it with the junglers?
I think first it comes down to the players, right? Because there's always the holy trinity of mage, jungler, and roamer. In this case, I feel like when before Zay was in was Barbosa, right? We were looking at Moonji and Barbosa. That was like the ideal duo. But now with Zay, I still think you are looking to pair with Zay and Max, because you literally, these two are, especially Max.
The new addition, right?
Yeah. Max being back in his primary role as well. I won't lie though. Moonji this game, the early phases, he did fantastic. He's getting these sick, heavy spins onto the members of BRD. But there's no finisher. It was always kind of the finishing touches from Niners that was lacking. So no matter how much Moonji does, if you can't secure the kills, it really doesn't mean anything at the end.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like the setups from Moonji has been really on point. It's just a little bit disorganized as well, but even the total healing as well, we've seen Max play 2 different roles. First role being an assassin role, second role being on the tank role, and it seems like he's been struggling on what he needs to do. Assassin seems to fit him a little bit more compared to his usual tank role, but I don't know, it feels like Max has been put in a spot where he had to play all roles for 2 seasons now. Yeah, when he was Team Secret and here as well.
Team Secret, you've had to change roles, right? Let alone different heroes. But
he's played gold lane, he's played mage, and he's played jungle.
And jungle. I think the best phrase, the best phrase to describe this is that Niners are disconnected, disorganized, right? It really felt like nothing was going their way. Contrary to that, Barracuda, everything is going their way. Rich Guy Trap, Carry AJ, Sandbag Hesu, and of course, best wingman also AJ on that Novaria.
Yeah, I feel bad. You know, AJ has been hitting some shots. Like, this is one of the very few moments that I feel like AJ did his job right, just because of the fact that Novaria is a very difficult hero to actually hit your skill shots. And yes, technically with Echo it's easy, but without the Echo, hitting those shots has been very, very difficult. And so far, both games, AJ has been doing the right amount of targeting damage in order to allow his team to finish it off. But of course, that being said, AJ has a reputation to have a little bit of inconsistency. When he's really good, he's really the best mage in the world, but when he flops, it just completely flops. So I really like this version of AJ, and I hope he's going to be able to keep up and bring Barracuda the victory that they need, or even stay alive for the next MPL ecosystem.
Yeah, I mean, he has been getting better and better every time we see him play. Remember early on I asked, wait, does Zay even have Patina shields? He does not have Patina shield. I mean, you are up against a Nova, they're snowballing, you need pet item. I mean, anyway, that is all in the past. When we look at kind of the early skirmishes, it's the same thing. Like, look at this. Moonji, perfect heavy spin. Not just once, but multiple times. But Niners just didn't have the damage to finish it off. And this one, admittedly a bit late, as Zaf already died at that point, and Moonji ended up giving up his life. But you can kind of see the downward spiral for Niners. We messed up 1-2 fights, and then everything just goes wrong. It felt like if you put Niners in a bad spot, they don't recover.
Yeah, and it feels like Zay was just playing a little bit more defensive than aggressive. But again, you know, like you said as well, right? Moon has been doing a very, very fantastic job with those setups, but there's just no finisher. And again, Max is a tank this game. And if Max had a different damage, maybe even a barrage or even an assassin to a certain degree, to able to dish a little bit more damage than he should in that spike, probably would have gotten the kill against the rest. But still, you have to give props to Ye3, right? He tried his best to set up for Electro Final Rose, but every single time he does it, Aimao just pushes him away.
Yeah, I think the adaptation of Barracuda was also great. I agree. Even Ye3 has a couple of moments where he's hitting the back lines, he's finding these targets, but again, you can't do it alone. You need your team with you.
Yep. And of course, speaking of the scoreboards right now, with Barracuda taking that 2-0 means that they will skyrocket into 7th place, barely hanging on to survive for next season's MPL. However, not enough to qualify for the playoffs yet, but they are in the right direction right now.
Yeah, but then you compare the numbers of matches that they've played, right? They actually played 4 series already, so like SRG, KGE, and MV combined, and even Niners. So it means that for Barracuda, they only have 5 more best of 3s to play. So it's crunch time, right? This win is just the beginning. You gotta keep on getting those Ws.
Agreed. Same can be said for Niners as well. They need a miracle to actually get out of the top 9 and 10 place. At least make it to 6th place to try and qualify for the playoffs, and it's not impossible yet because 4 points, 4 points, 3 points, 2 points. It's just a difference of 1 2-0s, a couple of 2-0s, and then making it to the top. But like you said as well, 4 games, Homeboys pretty much has not played their 4th game yet. Technically means that Niners and Todak, in order for them to survive into the top 6, they need to win 2 more 2-0s.
Yeah, and not just that they need to win, they somehow also need the teams ahead of them to start dropping games.
Exactly.
It's not going to get any easier from here for these teams.
Yeah, it is indeed here. However, for today's match is pretty much concluded here. Let's talk about tomorrow's schedule as we celebrate the the Raya seasons here for Week 3, Day 2. We are going to be starting things off with Bounty Esports going up against Todak, followed by King Empire going up against Homeboys. Well, of course, to close things out, we will have Team Hawk versus Niners once again. But to be honest, I'm looking forward to see King Empire versus Homeboys, to be honest. Like, these are the top teams, predicted top teams from us coming to the match. And King Empire versus Homeboys is going to be a match to watch.
I'm very excited for KG against Homeboys, right? I had a certain... I was a bit skeptical. I was like, alright, this is a superstar team. How are they going to perform? And they've proven me wrong time and time again. The only undefeated team aside from SRG in that regular season against Homeboys that has a superstar roster. Udil, Ness, one of them is a Kage from Indonesia, but so far mediocre at best. Tomorrow we are gonna see who is truly the better team.
That's the thing, right? It's gonna be a Kage versus Kage match, and in this case,
Kage
to be honest,
Kage.
you can't spell Kage without KGE, man.
I feel like I've said
Heard
that before.
Yeah, I know.
But yes, that's a good one. I mean, Sasa against his old teammate, right? They have won MSC together, and now they're playing on the same stage against each other.
That's the thing, right? When it comes to King Empire, King Empire's roster have, especially for Smooth, Sasa, and I think there's one more.
I mean, Smooth, Sasa, your X-Win, your Susujin. Who are you looking for?
Previous SMG roster.
Oh, I mean, Stormy, Saksa, Miko.
Yeah. So basically, they are, for me, the most consistent teams were Smooth and Sasa because of the fact that they have been top 2 for the previous seasons all the way through. So that's something that I'm looking forward to see. And can they deliver against Homeboys? That's something that I think it is going to be a full house tomorrow. However, for these guys watching here, you guys got a little bit of a taste on what Vexana looked like as the Vexana's new high rarity, first ever Zenith skin. We've talked about the Moskov just now. Now we've got Zenith skin for you guys. The Twisted Fairy Tail is now available. And of course, the Vexana looking very, very sick. It's only available from the 25th of March, which is last month, now until the end of April. So this is your only last time to actually get it before it's gone. You can draw events and enjoy 30% off your first 10 draws, as well as 50% off your daily first draw. And you may even stand a chance to win Vexana's battle emote, I'm the Queen, Illumination Effect, Apple of Doom, and other amazing skins. You can join in the draw right now and get yourself, like I said, the first ever Zenith skin.
I don't have the skin, but I do have the emote and the Illumination Effect. They are super, super cool. And even if you're not lucky to get Vexana, you're guaranteed in 120 draws, and there are other skins that you can get. I recently went for the free draw, and I got Barats. I don't know the name, the Lego Barat skin.
Ah, I like that one. But at the same time, you know, sometimes you gotta be patient, right? Like, if you know from this day to this day, there is always the 50% off, right? Like, every single day, one draw. That's it.
That's it.
Done. You sometimes gotta save. You gotta either be safe or you just wanna get it now. You know?
Like I'm halfway there.
Yeah, some people are like, this button, done. I want it now means I'll just keep clicking.
Hey man, some people are collectors, right? Well, aside from the obvious KG against Homeboys, the one match I look more forward to is actually
Bounty?
Team Hawk. No, Team Hawk against Niners. Because Niners are on a lose streak. They're 0-4. Tomorrow, it's going to potentially decide whether they even have a chance to make it to playoffs or not.
Hey, to be honest, I want to see Best play their best right now, considering the things that recently, unfortunately, has uncovered.
I mean, they beat Niners. That's a start.
If they beat Barracuda as well. Sorry.
I mean, if they beat Todak, then
they beat Todak.
Then we got something to talk about.
Ooh, that's crazy. I want to see that happen though. Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, me too, right?
But all things considered here, we pretty much conclude day 1 for today here. We are going to be continuing for day 2 tomorrow. But for now, we're going to say goodbye and good night. My name is ICB12. He's Husky. See you guys tomorrow.
Perangin guys. Gua ke depan. Aku ke depan.
Nice one.
Baik eh.
Aku balik.
Aku dari ketahuan. Boom.
Bisa, nice.
Aduh.
Bisa.
Bisa. Roger dulu.
Roger.
Balik guys.
Roger.
Reset guys.
Dah.
Okay, don't check.
Nice B. Aku stand lagi, Ban.
Nice. Teris lah. Teris lah guys. Na ulti Robi guys,
Ulti. Go guys. Ulti.
Robi dulu. Chill guys. Bisa.
Nice guys. That's right.
Nice. Discipline guys.
I got ulti ya. I ulti first.
Bisa.
Grok dulu guys, grok dulu. Hero first guys. Hero dulu. Nice. I go mid.
Aku boleh keep battery ni tau.
Spread dulu guys, spread dulu.
Easy guys.
Kau lebih.
Aduh, aku kena taunt tu.
Siapa teman? Boleh trap. Nice trap. Boleh kau? Puri. Dah.
Guys, easy ya. Bennett datang mid.
Nice guys.
Nice. Bennett datang mid guys.
Boleh ni. Boleh.
Aku bisa mid.
Back.
Aku bisa.
Aku ulti ya.
Okay, bisa ulti.
Ben ini wait.
If Cloud go, I go.
Waiting,
Bisa spread.
Nice trap.
Ready in
Nice kill blade end.
They all low.
Nice.
Bisa end guys.
Nice guys. Nice trap.